Hey Joss, hey Pige. Happy Wednesday. How's it going? Let's write the today command for today. I think it's kind of the same stuff as yesterday. Why did that not work? Okay, what are we doing today? Wednesday. Still prepping for launch this Friday in the upcoming fest. Please wish list the game. Yeah, cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, so what did I do yesterday? I feel like there was some amount of work I did after the stream. I don't remember what it was. I don't know. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's right. I added in some flavor text. I merged a PR. I feel like there was more than that. Anyway, it probably wasn't coding stuff then. It's probably something else. But actually, I'm pretty happy with how the questing turned out. I guess I'll just show it in here. It doesn't really need to be seen outside of the code. We now have the backstory of each quest inside the quest itself. And I tried to make it like at least a little bit humorous for some of these. Let me show you an example. Well, not of the humor, but of the styling. So this, your potion shop keeps throwing a party, need some potions for it. They'll give you a fresh baked pie. The rewards are always sort of arbitrary. They'll always just give you stats. Uh, yeah, the formatting, the showing the potion thing here, and then we actually even save the quest that we generate, even if you haven't accepted it yet, so that the next time around you'll see this exact same thing. So if it says 9 blue potions, and the next time you click it, it'll say 9. If you save and reload, it'll say 9. So yeah, that's nice. Anyway, it's working. It's looking good. Hey Mars, hey Chef Alton, hey Phil. Welcome. All right, so we are gonna just pick up where we left off and keep working on random tasks that I had. The goal is that tomorrow I want to get to play testing, and I'm hoping. So what happened last time is I play tested the game and I just wrote my own feedback down, and I was like, oh man, the font doesn't match, blah 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 blah. I wrote a bunch of these things down. We've tackled some of them already. I'm hoping that the next time I play test, which I'm aiming for tomorrow, that I don't have so many comments. I have like one or two small things that yeah, sure we're tracking, but they're being tracked for like way in the future or something. And all of this goes back to what I keep saying about having checkpoints and getting feedback, which is that the whole point of feedback is to eventually address it or consider it. So if people are like, hey, I'm hitting a crash at the 5 minute mark in your game, it's like you shouldn't hear that feedback more than like 2 or 3 times. Well, okay, I shouldn't say number of times. You shouldn't hear it. It shouldn't be a surprise to you if it's coming in a lot, because that's pretty important, and a lot of people are going to see that. And if you don't address it, you're just going to keep getting it for the rest of the time of your game. Anyway, what I got as a piece of feedback for this notification bar was that it looks like there's a lot of urgency here, and to make this blend in with the rest of the panel a little bit more. So yeah, my friend suggested to make it thinner and to change the color. And I think the color is parameterized. So I think instead of green, we should be using white or gray. But the make it thinner part too, I guess we'll just do through the editor. Notification box, progress bar. How tall is this right now? 7 pixels. Okay, so maybe like 4. A reloading bar makes it seem like you're going to miss out and have to act on something. Hey, Oakley's. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to help a lot, but it might help. So there is create floating text, create regular. This takes in a color. Yeah. So anywhere that this is called, which is a lot of places. Oh, no, it's not actually that bad. All right, so not enough money showing in red, I think is fine. I think we should only have 2 colors though. Yeah, info color. Oh, actually, we have info color, which means you must have error color, right? Yeah, we should be using that then. I don't know what color this is. I assume it's red. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's like a dark red. I think it's fine. Hey, Kevin. Morning. All right, well, let's do that then. Notifier dot error color. All right, so ooh, what's that? Game saved is in dark salmon. I think it should just be info color. Does clicking on it dismiss it? Yes, it does. Sent the PR for the portal outline. I did not see it, so that is good. Review portal PR as well. Yeah, I didn't look at my email this morning. I got a slightly slower start to my day. I sleep with a CPAP machine, so it's continuous positive airway pressure, basically air going up my nose. And I looked at the app this morning and it said that I slept for 8 hours and 10 minutes with this thing on. That is the longest amount of time I've seen in the last, like, I don't know, 8 months. And I was like, I've finally cracked the code. I've learned how to sleep. So I'm hoping today is noticeably better than what it would have been if I hadn't gotten that much sleep. But that's part of the reason why I was a little delayed this morning and didn't check my email. Because I slept for longer than normal. Good sleep is good. Yep. And it's too bad that it's so difficult to do. Like, why can't I just put my head on a pillow and sleep throughout the whole night? Why? Why does my body have to hate me? All right, as long as using info color and error color, we're fine for this stuff. And so far we are fine for this stuff. Yeah, except for this one. This is notifier.error color. All right, now we just need to tweak the colors so that they don't look so urgent or bad. So let's go into unhandled input and make it so that when you press page up, it just spawns one of these things. UI page up. All right, this is a test to see if this looks urgent. And then notifier.info color. And I guess let's do the same thing with this is a test error to see if it looks urgent. And we'll use error color. Man. I feel like I'm more alert. That is one of the things that good sleep would do, but it might be a red herring. Okay, so I think already I like the thinner look. And now the only question is color. At least in my lighting conditions with my monitor and my vision, this dark red is not very visible now. And it doesn't really have to be. This is mostly just for the sake of a timer, but I think there needs to be more contrast. Yeah. Where did that color go? I deleted it, didn't I? CSS. All right, this should pop up the thing, right? How do you do this? How do you just get the color thing to show? There it is. All right, so we want it to be lighter. Let's put it to maybe there. Oops. I want the hex code. Yeah, there. What about the green? I wonder if I would need to change the color anymore. Because my friend said maybe white would be a good idea. So we change info color from this to maybe like B. Let's take a look at those colors. I'm not going to spend forever on this. I just want it to look a little bit better, a little less urgent. Are they necessary? People know if they just hired the rogue, that they hired the rogue. So originally they didn't, but originally they didn't show up in town. So a lot of this, here's what kind of happens. We have like checkpoint X, let's say, and we get a piece of feedback. And then we address it. And then there's checkpoint Y, where all people are seeing is the addressed feedback and not the reason why we addressed it. So then they give different feedback. So it's possible, also we've changed other things too. It's possible that we don't need to know this for adventurers. What I was concerned with is you would be over here somewhere where you're not really paying attention. You click hire adventurer and there is no notification and you're like, what just happened? And you'd have to know that, oh, the mage started out somewhere else. Now what we could do is we could pan the camera to where your adventurer was, because you don't hire adventurers all that often, so it really shouldn't bother you that much. But until then, I feel like we probably should have those little alerts. And it's the tiniest amount of extra fanfare. Hey, Eric. Good evening to you. Oh, it's actually morning where I am, but I like responding in whatever time zone it is for other people. Anyway, okay, so here it is with a grayish color, a whitish color. I think that's good. Yeah, I think this is nice. I think the contrast helped here too. Okay. I almost wonder if you should make it even 1 pixel thinner. Because the amount of time doesn't really matter on it. These are temporary notifications. So if you miss them, then it's not the end of the world. The persistent ones, if you missed, I think those would be harder, but even then we still need some redundancy. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. I would probably make the red even a little bit lighter, but other than that, I think we're fine. Maybe like there. Like I said, we're not going to spend forever on this. Looks like you don't have to collect or do anything. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad my friend gave this input. I'm glad for all the input. I don't know if Pige is still there, but Pige sent me a bunch of input on the store page. No, it doesn't look like Pige is in chat anymore. But anyway, Pige sent me this long document about how our Steam page looks. And I think they were really good pieces of feedback. He's like, what is this screenshot? He's like, I know you have more than 2 adventures in the game. And it's like there's a bunch of blank space around this. Like make the game look like it'll give you the choice of all 7 at once, maybe. And same thing with some of these other things. He's like, this doesn't look like a skill tree to me. Um, I don't know. He mentioned color and positioning and all this other stuff that I'm like, man, I didn't really think about this stuff. These weren't intended to be the final screenshots that we use. We just needed to throw a Steam page online, and we did. And they served their purpose for that. But like now that we have a trailer, the trailer looks maybe a little better than the screenshots do. Yeah, not C sharp yet. Are there any advantages to using C sharp? I think there are some advantages, but it all depends on whether you care about them and whether your game is going to get to the point where they might need some of them. So, for example, in terms of just language expressiveness, I still think the win goes to C sharp here, and also with types. Good GDScript has gotten better with types, and they're going to support type dictionaries soon, for example, but they don't right now, or it's in a dev version or something. And to me, this always rubbed me the wrong way that those weren't supported. There weren't even like typed arrays a while ago, I think. So they're getting there. So there's that sort of thing. There's also I would assume some kind of like performance difference, which I haven't measured. So that's why I say I assume. But C sharp is compiling to the .NET runtime. What was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, one of the benefits of GDScript though is that you get hot reloading for free. There's a way to do this with C sharp, but it's not very usable through VS Code right now. Anyway, I have a why not GDScript function or command, I think. Yeah. I wrote some of my own notes about this, but it's not super fleshed out. So basically my conclusion would be whatever works for you, just use that. It shouldn't be a huge difference. And if you ever find that it doesn't work for you, then you can start changing stuff. And a lot of times what people do in game dev or in any sort of like performance heavy application is they'll use language A for like 90% of their code, and then they'll use like some like high performance language B for the 10% that needs perf. So imagine you were writing a game in Python and then you're like, oh, but we need to do some disk operation or I don't know, just crunching bytes or something like that. It's like, oh, okay, fine. Switch to C and call that function. Or yeah, anyway, the same thing can be done in your game because you can mix languages. Okay, I don't recall if I tested this last thing, but let's just try it one more time and then that's it. We're good. We're marking this as done. I think we made this 1 pixel smaller and I think it still looks good. Yeah. I do kind of wonder what it looks like if I had it set to 1x here. It's still visible. Yeah, I think this is good. I don't think you should ever play the game like this. But it's visible. All right. Let's check that in. So this stuff should not be checked in. The UID changed. God, sometimes I just don't like this. Okay. So make notifier seem less urgent. I got feedback from the friend that played on Saturday that the notifications looked urgent. She said that it was a combination of color and line thickness. I made the line thinner and changed the colors. The green is now gray/white and the red is slightly lighter, just for contrast. Okay. What? Did I click this? I don't actually know if I clicked this. Every once in a while, like I don't have my hands on the mouse right now, but every once in a while it'll just pop up the dialogue way later. Yeah, see? I'm like, I'm pretty sure I clicked it. I don't know what causes that. Oh yeah, by the way, wish list. So we got an extra, I think 6 yesterday. I think I had a picture. Yeah, 456 up to 462. So the pandering is working. Am too. All right, and then last thing here is there's a difference between the two fonts. Let's just bump this down to here. Or even lower maybe. Kind of want to tackle the other feedback first. And we can review some PRs now. Can I share a link to a preview of the new RR site? Yeah, sure. Added bold version of the font and highlight portal on hover. What does it say? H scale? What does that mean? 1 to 87. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, neat. Man, I love it when there are nerdy hobbies that people make websites for and tooling for. Like D&D has a lot of them. I know I've talked about that before. Oh, N scale. Oh. So okay, serious feedback. I think that is too small a font to read. This, and especially that particular character, the only difference between an H and an N at this size, actually there isn't one, right? Yeah. I was gonna say, if you think of an H as 2 bars and a dot, the N would be like slightly higher maybe, but yeah, even zoomed in, this looks like an H. Did I get a haircut? I did, Athena, despite your comment yesterday. Yeah, I didn't look closely at anything else, but like I said, I think that's the one thing I would probably. It's fair. Maybe I should make the logo a bit bigger. Maybe a screenshot artifact. Yeah, it might be. If I need to see the actual website, but like I said, when I look at this, even on my other monitor, or when it's zoomed to the level that, actually pretty much any level, whether it's zoomed in or zoomed out. Yeah, maybe making it bigger, maybe just doing it in text, because if you know the fonts for these, you could just render this and then people could zoom in on it itself. That might not be a good idea for logos. I was gonna say though, you could make a custom logo component. I was just trolling. Oh, I know. I wasn't taking it seriously. I wasn't being serious just now either. Okay, so these two things I can't really look at here. I'm sure they look good though, and we'll test them out. We add in the font, sounds good. We should just be adding this to all of the themes. Yeah, and anywhere that this doesn't exist, it should be pretty obvious. Okay, that is a big mistake. Oh man, yeah, there's a random W here. That'll probably stop the code from building, but I'll just ignore that. It's easy enough to fix. This is another theme thing. Yep, looks good. And another theme thing that looks good. Although this does change. Controls.tres is still using, it's got 2 fonts now. I'm not sure why it needs that. Hey Kappa, how you doing? I'll share, we can take another look. Yeah, and I think people would be happy to give some feedback on that. All right, so git pull. I don't think we have any, yeah, I just want to make sure there's nothing outstanding. And 602, GHPR, check out 602. And the main thing I want to look at here, well, other than fixing that random W in the code, because yes, that does not need to be there, is you can have different font for each style. Yeah, I want to see what this is used for. So controls.tres, we have this is being used for the button font. Okay. And then also for a label font. And then there's Skeleseller main. So handwritten for buttons, and then the main one for just rich text labels. That strikes me as a little unusual. Okay, let's write this down. Or I guess controls.tres uses the handwritten font for buttons and labels and the main font for rich text labels. I need to see what that looks like. I don't know if I reran this, so let's rerun this again. Yeah, so people had asked, why don't you use bold text before? And the reason why is that our main font, there are two kinds of bold fonts you can do. One is kind of a hack where you just make each character a little bit thicker, and the other is a different font entirely. So technically you could make it not even look bold if you wanted to. You could have it be cursive or something. We couldn't do the first method because of how the font glyphs are set up. They would cause these tears in the character. So I'm not going to spend the time reproing this to show you, but imagine if instead of drawing like an A, that there was like a random gap in the A and it would look visibly bad. So yeah, we have to have a custom font for this, or to, I guess, fix every single one of those intersecting glyphs. So everything should look the same, right? Yeah, I wonder where there's a rich text label in something that has controls.tres. Game settings, purchase skill, and skill button. None of those should be rich text labels, I think. Okay, well, that's fine. I think we'll merge this. I just kind of wonder if we should even have this stuff here. Because the only time the bold font would make sense is if we're using the regular font already, which I know this says for rich text label, but I don't think we're using that ever. Just finished cooking lunch. Now I gotta force myself to wait before eating. You could have a tiny bit. You could say it's breakfast. Your body will be like, oh, yeah, that's a meal time. All right, I'll just say fix build error. Fix build error. There was an errant W in the code. All right, sync. That'll modify the PR. Oh, I didn't actually test the bold font. Let's go test it. So let's just open up game settings menu because we already know that it happens there. And then let's add a label at the bottom of this, or rich text label, and then say testeroni, and then bold testeroni. All right, now where did that show up? Right there. Let's just put it there. I want to put this there. Interesting. The top of this is cut off. That's strange. But even just for the font, it's cut off. I know we can set a line or what's it called? Top spacing, I think, equals 5 or something like that. It's not called top spacing, top padding. I don't remember. Godot VB code, rich text label. It's top something. Top spacing. It is top spacing. Can I have that typed originally? Oh, it's font top spacing. Yeah, so that's something we could do about this, but I wonder why this happened all of a sudden. Because the original font didn't change, right? What if we don't have bold text in there? Does that change anything? No. What is going on? We only modified the bold one. And we didn't change any other styles, right? I think other themes also use the regular one and could use the bold one. Tooltip theme. I think tooltip theme has it here already, yeah. Figured out the palette and ability issue. Hey, Dark. Thought it was a threading thing, same exception, but it's way deeper than that. It's just a concurrent modification exception. It's all detailed in the ability. The one ability or one effect can proc another effect. So yeah, I just need to figure out what the best way to move forward is. But I haven't looked into it any further. I just filed the issue. What is doing this? I'm still not sure. Maybe it's something about this menu. Maybe this doesn't have enough separation. It's not overridden though. If I do increase this, does that fix it? Still, I don't think it does. Unless this T is naturally incredibly flat, which I would be a little surprised by. I mean, we can just test that by doing the font top spacing thing. No, oh wait, it is. Well, it's curved. Yeah, it's getting cut off. What would do that though? This is the part I don't get, is like we oh, was this always the case? Oh, yeah, it was. The font is going beyond the label. And it's a problem when we have it's a problem if we had clip contents, but clip contents isn't on, is it? I don't even know where clip is. I guess it's this fit one, maybe? Why have I never seen this before? That's the part I'm trying to figure out. Clip contents, there it is. Okay, I think we just turn that off and then get rid of this, and then it should be okay. Yeah, oh man. All right. I don't know what this means. I think it means there's a font problem, but it's very hard to know for sure. Rich text label is weird. Okay. Hey, Spiro. And yes, that's definitely how I'm feeling now. Hmm. Oh, well, here's something that would probably give me a little bit more confidence. What if we overrode the font here to just be like the regular Godot font or Roboto or something? Roboto is lower and doesn't get cut off. Hmm. What about this one? This one's also lower. And this one's fine too. It's just, wait, right? This? Yeah. It's just the main font. Hmm. Every time I come here, I see the testeroni thing. Is this about? It's just a funny test word. That's all. Just something I made up. Does it happen with regular label? Let's test it out. Label. And then let's set the font. Quick load to main. It does. Okay, so it's not rich text label. Okay, I do think this is a font problem, but there's one other thing it could be, which is a font import problem. Possibly we need to change something here. Like maybe if we turned off MSDF and then re-imported. Interesting. It does not go above the label. It is aligned perfectly. Can we see what that? Oh yeah, that's all. So it's an MSDF thing. Oh boy. All right. I don't know what to do about this, but let's just write it down. So for whatever reason, only the main font is positioned above the tops of labels and rich text labels. Turning off MSDF makes it so that the top of a T is exactly at like 00 on the font or on the label. Feels like something may be off with the font, but maybe it's my misunderstanding of MSDF. I wrote some notes about this. We should be able to figure something out here. Doe engine. Where was it? I had a picture. If I can just find the picture, then we don't need to read anything. Here it is. Misaligned glyph baseline. In this picture, the word battle has its characters misaligned vertically. Yeah, I mean, you can see it on a lot of these. This is caused by a combination of the hinting property, which snaps glyphs to integral coordinates, and the MSDF size, if MSDF is enabled, which is a feature used to pre-generate textures for different font sizes. It should not be caused by font subpixel positioning. It's much clearer if you select a font in Godot, click import, then click advanced and try changing some settings. We should just be able to up this from 48 to 96 and everything should get fixed on 2 errors, right? Advanced. Pre-render configurations? What? Is this what I think it is? It's hard to tell because I'm not totally sure what you're supposed to do in this UI. But I want to be able to customize what renders here. And I don't think that's what you can do. Language? What is going on? This is a test. Oh, neat. Yeah, you can have it render here, right in here. Oh, and you can see the character map? This is amazing. Yeah, this is pretty cool. How do we increase the size of this though? Embolden face index transform. I don't know. This is really tiny. I don't know how to increase it. I mean, maybe we manually modify the transform here and set this to, I don't know what I'm doing. It's definitely not that though. I hope I'm not messing this up in the future. We can close 388, right? I don't think so. I don't think we've ever stopped using the unlicensed font. Yeah, no, this is definitely still in the code base. So we can't close that. Oh man. I don't know if it's being used, but we have the font and we technically distribute it with the game. So that's a big no-no. It's not a big no-no yet, but as soon as we start charging for the game, it will be. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm doing over here, but if we just up this to 96, then possibly it fixes everything. You might have seen that. It got a little bit better here. So here's the before picture. And at 96, here's the after picture. So I'm just gonna put these next to each other. This one on top is with that number set to 48. And, well, I guess if I put them side by side, it'd be a little bit clearer maybe. Because what's changing here is the baseline, I think. It's not super obvious. Also, if I just draw a line here, you can see that the B dips a little bit below the baseline. But here it's not, I think, or at least not as much. So I think we just need to re-import this, and I think it would fix a lot. What is the 8 for? We should set that to 30, apparently. I think that was the minimum font size. It just says rendering. What if I set this to 30? I don't know. Hey, unknown. Okay, let's back out of all of this stuff. So I don't have any changes that I don't want here. Close tabs to the right. Don't save, don't save, don't save. So the only change we should have, nothing. Now I want to re-import the font and ideally not mess this up. I did somehow add in a pre-render configuration, and I don't know what I'm doing there. We're going to set this to 30 and 96. Re-import. Do I have to click it here too? I don't know if I had to do that. And then there was a screenshot that I shared here, the harmony skill. If that looks better, then I think we're just kind of fine here. This is nuts. Probably need to do this for the bold font too. Oh wait, this didn't even get updated. It still says 8 and 48. Did I not change it? I thought I changed it over here. No, maybe I didn't. 30 and 96. And now what? Close? It's not modifying. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna set this here. There. All right, and we probably need to do that for the bold font too. 30, 96, re-import. Okay, now let's run it. And then let's look at the skill tree, and hopefully that got better. I think it is. None of this looks wiggly, right? Yeah, I think it's a perfect baseline now. The only thing you could maybe say is that the anti-aliasing of the A dips a little bit below, but that's not important at all. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wow. Well, I'm glad we even looked at that. So now does that fix the rich text label thing? The OU and amount are still a pixel up, I feel. I think they all fit between the same box, except for, again, that tiny little bit of anti-aliasing on the O, which is hardly noticeable. I think what you might be saying is like these pixels on the very bottom of the O are darker than these pixels at the very bottom of the N, for example. That's probably still just the MSDF stuff. But when you're zoomed out, I don't think there's any obvious, like this just looks fine to me. I'm trying to see if it looks good on stream too, yeah. Regardless, it's definitely better. I don't know if it can even get better than that. We could just bump these numbers to some ridiculous amount and just see what's the theoretical best possible case. What is MSDF size? Yeah, so let's set this to 60 and this to, I don't know, 150. And then go reload that. This is making a trade-off in terms of memory. And I don't know exactly how much memory it's consuming compared to what it used to. But okay, here's, like I said, I think the theoretical best that we could have. So now if we zoom way in on here, I mean, I still see some little weird things here, like this T doesn't have any anti-aliasing at the bottom of it, whereas every other letter does. So this doesn't exactly align. The O still goes a little bit above the other characters. This looks the same to me as the previous one. Yeah. Is this bold? No, this is the regular one. Although we do have a bold font now. Okay, so I'm going to set this back to 30 and 96, I think we had. As long as it matches this. Yes, it does. And possibly we need the same thing over here too. Oh, this doesn't even have MSDF on. I don't know if it's needed. I'm going to turn it on. Yeah. All right, so all we did is set the... I don't care about this. All we did is set MSDF settings on this. Modify MSDF settings. This should fix... Oh, I did not test one last thing. I wanted to... Just get rid of this. I want to open up a new scene and add in a label and set the font to our main font. Line spacing 3. Quick load, main, testeroni. It's still going above this. I wonder if the font size changing would help. No. I don't know. All right. Well, anyway, not a big deal. Check the tooltip scene. I mean, we're still seeing it happen here too. But yeah, we know it's an MSDF thing. So I guess it doesn't matter too much. I wonder if we move the tooltip if it changes anything. We can't have them both selected at once, unfortunately. I guess we can move the label over here and see if that somehow... No, it doesn't make a difference. Okay, well, I think I'm fine with that. Hey, Mespia, how you doing? I was looking for a small amount in Demice stream yesterday. Did he eventually beat the Master Trials? This should fix some of the font baseline issues we've been having in skill tooltips, at the very least. He did. Congrats to him. Was he excited by the reward? Just needed the power of Hestu and the faith of chat. Note that I also set MSDF on the SVG font, which may not have been necessary. I wonder how many glyphs that even has in it, if it's just the one. Man, why is VS Code doing this? It's going to pop up 2 of these dialogues again. All right, now we push that and then we merge it. So I can delete this, delete this, delete this. We're getting through a lot of tasks. All right, where'd that go? Here. Yep, cool. We should be able to click this. Perfect. And we're done with that. Now, I haven't actually used the bold font. We need to do that somewhere. I'll write that down for after the PRs, though. Start using bold fonts everywhere. Level up can be bold. All right, now review the portal PR. Closes 2:15. This is the last of the outline stuff, right? Yep. Made the portal highlight on hover. To fix the artifacts, I did 2 things. Added a transparency threshold parameter to the shader that controls the alpha value used to consider a pixel transparent. Allows it to ignore semi-transparent pixels so the outline is stable. Removed a few floating pixels from portal. Look at the bottom. which are causing squares to appear in the outline. Only issue I can see with this approach is that if you zoom to the max and focus on the portal, you may see some pixels escape the outline. I mean, let's look at this. That looks really good. And then at the max. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's definitely fine. Other reason why I added transparency parameter is I think we can use it in other elements to ignore the shadows. I didn't do it in this commit, but I can send another PR changing that. Yeah, I do think this is one of the things I think looked a little bit bad. It's like the book has a shadow and we're outlining the shadow. If this will fix that, that would be great. I don't know if anything else has that problem though. I guess technically the sign also has that problem, but that never really bothered me for some reason. But then I don't think NPCs have that issue. Yeah, NPCs are just the exact NPC. Okay, let's go look through this. We should see a shader change, a sprite change, and I don't know what the other 2 things it would change are. So I'm going to take a look through this. Transparency threshold instead of just checking to see if it's 0. Possibly we're now passing in a uniform. Oh wait, we added the outline of the portal, of course. Okay, I think all of this is fine. And the portal now uses the texture crop one. Cool, yeah. Item displays and the bulletin board also have shadows. Oh yeah, item displays I only see when I'm dragging an item, right? We need to drag a potion. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Kevin, are you going to track that or do you want me to file an issue? I don't even mind if there's no issue. I just want to make sure it's being tracked somewhere. All right, this all looks good. Just for completeness sake, not that I don't trust this, I just want to see it. I think it's a good habit to do things the same way pretty much every time. Send a PR later. Sounds good. Cool. Yeah. Sign is less noticeable because it's below. I'm not sure if I read that out loud, but I definitely read that. But I agree with you. I think that's probably why. I think when the shadow's off to the side, it looks a little strange. Nice. Yeah. we are prepping for a lot of launches. And for all the Steam launches, there are going to be random people downloading the demo and playing it. They won't know who I am, they won't know how long I spent developing it, etc., etc. So any little thing that can help polish, I think is a good idea. And actually, on that note, it made me think of a couple more things I should probably focus on. Where did I write this down? Here, game intro. We need to think of launching the game itself. There's a lot of like blank. No, there's a lot of loading and seeing a blank screen. And then maybe title screen music. Because right now, when you launch the game, it puts you on the title screen, and I think this looks good and it's functional and all that's fine, but it doesn't feel like a game because there's no music. You might also consider some like UI blips when hovering over buttons. Those things make it feel a little bit more alive. Beardage, thanks for the resub. Thank you for the resub message saying wish listed. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. All right, so Portal PR looks good. Let us go merge it. So this is done. Highlight Portal on hover. Thanks for doing both this and the follow-up work. Nice, nice, nice. Confirm squash. And that's it. So now it is start using bold fonts everywhere. Hang on one second. Okay. The trailer music would fit in perfectly at the title screen. Yeah, I do want to compose something specifically for the title screen, and I have an idea, but it might take a long time to make. But maybe if it's just like a 1 minute loop, it might not be as bad. Easy way out, reuse the town theme. Medium way out, maybe make a 1 minute loop. I don't know whether it'd be too much, but I think if you cut up the layers of site animation, like the League of Legends login screen animations and music, it'd look really nice. The layers of the menu. Yeah, I think there'd be some other ways we could do. We could make this better, but I think it'll be hard for me to come up with those. I don't tend to have an eye for this stuff. And some of the things I was thinking we could do, which sometimes bugs me when games have unnecessary animation because it makes it just take longer. But like we can make these buttons float in from the bottom. Or I don't know, some other visual effect here. But I think the biggest thing to me that's lacking from the screen is just there's no music. Looks very dead, ironically. Or something with the potion smoke. Yeah, I think we can file that for way later. So polish task. Consider giving the title screen some motion somehow. Maybe the potion smoke or UI elements or some kind of parallax effect. Yeah. All right, bold fonts. Let's go look at bold fonts. So we have the level up banner, and we're going to solve two issues at once here because we're going to just change this to use the normal font being main and then the bold font being bold. There, what? Where'd it go? Oh, I never pulled. Okay, let's undo that. Whoops. You have divergent branches. How is that possible? How is that possible? All right, well, let's rebase, I guess. And now what? I won't be able to push without forcing? I don't know what just happened. I thought I was in a clean state beforehand and only ever... Oh, I had this. Oh, okay, then that's fine. I just forgot about that commit. I thought I... Thought I dreamed that. All right, let's do this stuff now. Normal font, load in, main, bold font, load in, bold, then make it bold. Wow, it's beautiful. What is that though? That's a little concerning here. I mean, I know this isn't the text that I want, but there's a little line above the P. Is it still there? It is still there. What is that? I think it's just a bug in the font, maybe? Let me add a label and just type a P and then make it use the bold font. Font, quick load, bold. Oh, I guess it could be the exclamation mark. It's the exclamation mark. Yeah, it's got some strange thing off to the left side. Okay, that's an easy font bug to fix. Well, I assume. I gotta tell Quickie Joe about it though. Tell Quickie Joe the bold exclamation mark has an artifact to the left of it. Let's get a picture. Well, let's get a picture in such a way that it's not, it's just this. Yeah. Oops. I think, all right, here's the risk. This obviously looks bad. We can't just have a rainbow floating thing there. And I assume Quickie Joe could fix this in the next like day and a half. But if he doesn't, then this looks worse than not having bold text looks. Now there's one other way we could do this. We could just not have the exclamation mark be bold, and then it would look like this. That's a decent middle ground, I guess. Well, now that I'm seeing this, is this being clipped? It is. Oh my God, I didn't even notice that. That was happening in the game the whole time. Hold your horses. Hold those horses fast. I need to go look at this. I'm just seeing things. How do we do this? We gotta beat this battle, and then we need to take a picture. Oh, it would never have been obvious because we're using the font that doesn't have that problem. Okay, yeah. All right, you can stop holding the horses now. Thank you for doing that, though. Yeah, so we need this to not be clipped. And then... Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. Where's line separation? We're going to need a little bit more line separation here, too. Hi, Meek. The horses are free. They're pretty costly beforehand. All right, so then, yeah, I'm going to check this in, but we're going to write a note that in the future we've got to make the exclamation mark bold. New issue. Make this bold in... Hang on a second. We search for this. It should only show up in... Oh, interesting. Shows up there too for tip. We're probably using the wrong font for that then. I'll write that down too. I think the tip font can be changed as well. Need to make sure that the bold tip part of it works. Yeah, in any strings with bold text. Okay, so right now there's an artifact in our bold font when typing an exclamation mark. And we can even include this, but only if it's already on my, it's not. Oh God, watch how stupid this process is. We got to base 64 convert the image because Google doesn't let you copy from a document. There. Then we get our image that I can then copy into this. Because of this, I didn't bold the exclamation mark specifically, e.g. in the level up text. So just search for B in the code and make the tag include the exclamation mark in any applicable cases. Toggle dark mode and take another screenshot. That does work, and we have enough padding here, but the reason I don't like that as a general solution is I keep shrinking the image because I have to grab like exactly the image with no padding, and it ends up being smaller that way. All right, this is just a UI thing, and it's really not all that important, but now we're tracking it at least. Anywhere else that I want to use bold fonts that we haven't, I don't even know how we would figure this out without just looking at every single dialogue in the game. But I think there was something in the adventure. No. Maybe in... Yeah, I don't think any of those. Maybe in the skills somewhere. Might be nice to... Maybe every time we format a skill, we use bold there. Let's try that out and just see if it looks good. It might. All right, where do we do this? Base ability. Format skill name. Yeah, what if we just put a B, a little B character? You could make a movie about this character. Numbers in the skills? Maybe. Let's see what this one looks like. Okay, so is that better or worse? Let's take a picture of this so I don't need to block it with my head. Sorry, hang on. I'm busy making everybody dizzy. All right. So what do people think? Yes to bold or nay to bold? Let me think what I like. I think I'm fine with it just being normal. Yeah, this would show in every single skill tooltip. It does make it stand out quite a lot. Indifferent, color was enough, but bold doesn't hurt. Yeah, I think I'm like indifferent, leaning toward just having it be normal. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep it normal. All right, well, where else do we want bold text then? I don't think anywhere there. Oh yeah, Kevin had said numbers. Although most of the numbers are in tables. I don't think the tables probably need it. But maybe within a skill. So like icy shards for... Yeah, what if we made this bold? It's only going to be this one skill. And again, we're just seeing does it look good or no. All right, so here's what we ended up with. Grants the Ice Blast ability, which blasts a single enemy with icy shards for 49 damage. Oh man, this one does look nice. I don't want to do this for every skill though. But actually, I guess we wouldn't have to. I guess it's just skills that don't have 2 levels, because if they have 2 levels, then we're going to show numbers inside of the tables. And I don't know if those need to be made bold, but maybe something like this should be. Grants a... let's just search for hasten. Yeah, so bold, bold, bold. Yeah, format skill number. I know, that's what we'd have to do so that this doesn't turn into having to modify bold numbers everywhere. I approve of bold skill numbers and skills. Yeah, I think it looks better. Now that I see it with green text as well, it looks like a little bit of a mismatch of a bunch of different formatting. Like we have larger text here, then green text, and then bold text. But it does make it stand out. You can see exactly what the numbers are. Hey, Cloud Tech Ninja. All right, well, I think this is a good change. Let's do one other thing just to test this. Let's see what it would look like if we formatted numbers. How would we do this? I guess base ability, we could just change the number spewing. Wait, can we do that? We need to make all the values. These are floats. What am I doing? It's a float. The format strings would have to change. Yeah, all right. Let's try this. This is going to be a little weird. For in I equals 0, I is less than format strings dot count. Oh, wow. It already knew exactly what I wanted to do. Good job, AI. Yeah, so now every single table in the game is going to have bold numbers. That actually doesn't look good, I think. What do people think about this? Let's find one with, yeah. Right? I think this is too much now. It's like you don't need bold if it's the only thing in the, yeah, don't like it for tables. Okay. Hey, Dwight. All right, so we don't do that there. But then Kevin's saying do it for skill names. Format skill name. Oh, wait, not that. This one, display name. B/B. So what have we learned? We've learned that if it's a number and it's not in a table, probably make it bold. And we're testing. I don't like the skill names in green being bold. I also don't think I like this, but maybe I just need to get used to it. No, I think just the larger font is good enough. I don't know though. I could definitely see people liking this. No, I don't think I want this one to be bold. I think it then takes away from the numbers that are bolded. I think it's good in the title. It's just when it's alongside other bold text, I'm not sure how I feel. Oh, the S only looks weird when you're zoomed in. It looks fine when you're zoomed out. I wonder if just making it a little bit larger would be the best of both worlds. But yeah, so the conclusions are make numbers bold when they're not in tables. Don't make green skill names bold. And consider making the skill title bold. Use a sans serif font for titles. Hey, Brent, or Brian, Brian. Uh, we only have like we have custom fonts for almost all of the game at this point. So I think if we were to switch to using another font, it might look bad. The only other font we have that we could use is the handwritten one, which how would I show that quickly? I guess we'd have to like just change the font. Yeah. Yeah, I think at the very least, this is what we should do, which is make the numbers bold. I'll write that down when it comes to this task. Where is it? This. Make all skill numbers bold as long as they're not in tables. Make a format number function that just wraps it in bold. This should typically apply to the 3 abilities each adventurer has innately and any max level equals 1 abilities. Yeah. Okay, so the only place that I actually use bold without having to do a bunch of changes is the level up banner. Is there anything else? I don't know. Well, we'll just do it on a case by case basis. If people are eventually like, you know what, there should be bold text there or something, then fine, we'll do that. But otherwise, I'm just going to check this in. So level up banner now uses bold text. Can't even use it everywhere. I filed an issue on the other part of it. This stuff we don't care about keeping because we're going to do this later. So revert all of those and then mention the issue that I just made. Yeah, 604. Make level up banner bold. I couldn't bold the exclamation mark due to... Why does that happen? It like doesn't copy this sometimes. The white bar in the table make it look broken? The white bar? Oh, this? How do you think it would be clearer for you? Because I think this is one of those things where as soon as you spend a point, you'll see that bar move. And then by seeing the bar move, I think you'll understand how it works. But if there's a way we can make it more distinct from the get-go, I think that would be nice. And I don't want to do the Dota style. I know people have recommended this. I haven't actually played Dota, but they say something like increases by 5/7/10 for, 2/3/4 seconds. I just didn't think that would be clear in this game. Things more regarding the bottom padding part also being colored white. I wonder if it's just that we should try centering this a little better. Yeah, I tried some different colors for a while. I couldn't come up with a better color. But as far as this, that could definitely be changed. So let's go take a look at what we're producing for this, and we'll try to modify it. First, let's push this. Actually, we don't need to do anything first. We can just start working on this. Okay, so this is, I think, fine. Let's get a picture of this. Try to fix the padding here. See if we can center this. If the font changed, then I know exactly what caused this problem. We just need to bump this down by like 3 pixels. I don't know about the extra column. I feel like that would be more space taken for not a lot of benefit. Oh, bold it. Oh, that would work. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty interesting idea. Maybe try bolding just the current levels row, or using a different color. The thing is, sometimes no, I think it should be fine. Yeah. Increase 5 damage for 2 seconds and below that. Yeah, I like the idea of these tables. I like this visual. We don't have so many levels, so just seeing them at a glance, I think is pretty helpful. But yeah, I'm not sure. Plus, even if, let's say, Dota was provably the best in how they're rendering this, sometimes it's nice to just not do exactly what another game has done. Add 6/10. Okay, where is this? It's in the skill table, which is in base ability, which emits a table, which we now need to print out and then put into Godot. So there's form skill table here. This gets called from any of these things. What's a good table we should pick to test this with? Anything with 2 numbers, maybe? Where's the... Oh, precision. Okay, let's do it with precision then. Precision has 2 numbers. Okay, so we just take this and we print it out. And then we rerun. There's fried rice now? Apparently only in Seattle? And it comes in a pouch? Huh. I feel like I've got to try that. Seattleites, are you in Seattle, Mespia? Okay, so let's go over here. That should now have printed out. Good. Now I can do this. You are. Gotcha. Yeah, Kevin was just visiting. But I live here. Okay, so rich text label. paste this in, do this, do this, and then set the font. What is the font for this? It's our main font. Theme, fonts, normal, bold. All right, something's wrong here. Did I print this twice? No. Why does it say LEVE? What? And then there's this. What's going on? Oh, is it because of other tabs being open? Sometimes that actually does mess it up. Yeah, that was it. Oh no, I closed. Oh God. I didn't want to do that. That was like a dough bug followed by me being stupid. All right, we got to go do that again now. Whoops. Ugh. Yeah, the thing about the label rendering wrong, when you have multiple scenes open, sometimes it pulls some visual artifacts from other scenes. But yeah, then I closed it. I didn't mean to do that. It's not that hard to fix, but I didn't mean to, and I'm wasting time now. Oh, it's doing the thing again. Oh, that's an L, not a 1. But I still don't understand why that isn't being given the space that it should get. Oh, because we have word wrap on. All right. So then they were both my problem. Although that Godot bug does exist. So here we can now see that there's a bunch of padding beneath this. So we need this to look a little different. We can change the cell paddings. Also interesting, we can see there's an extra space here. That's technically using extra RAM for no reason. Although that hardly matters. Forms skill table. Where do we set up the paddings? Oh, because the background string might not exist. We could fix that by just putting a space here. There, done. Space removed. And we can remove from all of these if we want to. So all we would do is we'd change these numbers a little bit. I don't know what order the paddings are in. I think it's left, right, top, bottom. Left, top, right, bottom. Left, top, right, bottom. So we want top to be higher, bottom to be lower. So second value higher, other value lower. And only on the row that has the 0 that's selected. Should be a BG color on those, yeah. So top to be higher, this one to be lower. So we want this string for all the ones that have a background color. And then we paste this into Godot. Except for I messed that up. All right, that's not bad. Why is there still so much space on the bottom of this? What is doing that? We could maybe make it negative. -2. Oh yeah, we can. Okay. That's decent, right? I know this is a little bit hard to read because technically this would have been up against a background. So if I just add a color rect here and we change the color to be something like this and then put it behind this and make this a little bit larger, you'll actually be able to read this. Although it's, wait a second, what color is it in the game? It's that color. How do we select that? Tab. Why does it still look bad? Because what, there's a font color too? Yes, of course. Oh man. Colors. Default color. Something's making this white. I don't know, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that. I guess we could just say like color equals black. Yeah, there. Now it's readable. Too spoiled to live elsewhere in the country. I could, but I'd be a grumpus. Yeah, I really like the Pacific Northwest. Will it mess with anything if you highlight the second plus row? I'm not sure. What we'll do is we'll just make sure that this looks good in isolation, then we'll test it dynamically. It's from the font itself. You can align text to baseline or center. We're already centering every cell though. There are all these center tags that you see here. So I don't, well, okay, yeah, I see what you mean by it. It could be the font itself. In fact, wait, does that match what we were seeing here? Yeah. I think the whole font is pushed up, which is why it clips any rich text labels that it's in. I think this might be worth reporting. Oh man, it means that these skill tables need different paddings based on where they're showing up. Okay, let me report that too, I guess. The other issue I've noticed is that the main font seems to show very high up in labels. Screenshot missing. Okay, so this does look a little bit tight though. Maybe not -2, or maybe we increase the other one. I want to get this looking pretty good, and then we'll apply it to all of these. So maybe like 5 and -1. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I got to copy the color as well. Color equals black. Let's just put this here for now. That way we can actually read it. Yeah, that looks good. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, let's do that everywhere then. So what did we change? We changed it from 2222 to 252 -1. All right. How do we, this is kind of stupid. We'd have to say like padding plus 1 and then just -1. And I'll just write a quick comment here. The unusual paddings are to accommodate our font, our main font not exactly being centered. Have we changed the total here? It used to be 2 plus 2. Now it's 2 plus 2 plus 1 minus 1. So yeah, it's the same. It's the same total padding. It's just applied differently. Okay, then I'm happy with that. As long as it's not some like weird, hey, we had to add 3 pixels or something. Now what? Now we said we would bold the row. Let's try it out in the game first. And yeah, I want to give a point to SWAT Kid for commenting on this. Well, maybe not just SWAT Kid. Let me see who else commented. I think it's more regarding the bottom padding. Yeah, I think Unknown with the alley-oop there. All right, you each get a point. Now let's see. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So this is what we have so far. I have not bolded anything yet. Now I think I want to bold the numbers that are inside this row. Hey, Joyous Beast. Like the fresh lid things. Leo heard lid to mean hat. Okay, so how do we do this? We need to know which row you're currently on, which we must know because we apply a background color to that. So I guess bool is highlighted. And then what we could do is we could add in, if this thing is highlighted, to make the content bold. Content equals is highlighted. Yeah, except for instead of this, it's just bold. Does it not like when you do this? Oh wait, what am I doing? Can't assign a content because it is a for each iteration variable. Oh, I see. Okay, fine. So we can just call this like formatted content, and then just use that here. Yeah. All right, let's try that out. I don't think you need the bold. Yeah, I want to see what it looks like. If it's not good, it's just like the other things that were bold. We just won't use it. All right, so here's what we have now. So whichever, if I grant some points here, you can see it switch what's currently bold. Actually is kind of nice, but I wonder if maybe font color would be better for that. I don't know. I think I like this. What does chat think? Do you like the current row being bold? Yay or nay? Love the bold? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's keep it then. So what have we done here? We only just made, oh no, we did change two things. We changed, it is now bolded, and we changed the padding a little bit. Maybe a little text outline would be cool. I'm going to stop making changes now, but there could be a way to make this look a little bit better in the future. I'll say improve skill tables. We now bold the current row, and I changed the padding values to center the text. Before this, there was way more bottom padding than top. Okay. Is there a space before BG string variable? Yeah, that was intentional. So the background string is put right there. And if it's not filled at all, then we don't want there to be a blank space. So when it is filled, we need to add a space. Yeah, I removed it from the string and added to the variable. Yeah. I didn't write that in the commit message, and I probably should have. Okay, so what have we done? Try to fix the padding here, see if we can center this, maybe try bolding it. Yep, so we did all that stuff. All right, I think we should give a point to Mesvia for that too, because Mesvia supplied the suggestion, right? Yeah. Hi, Toulouse. How's that new mod pack you're playing? All right, use the main font for level up. We did that. You should probably be able to see what a quest will require. I've done that. Oh, wait, although we maybe need to file a task on making them images. No, I think it's fine. Going all right. Lots of exploration so far. What's your favorite part of Minecraft mod packs? Is it the battle? Is it the crafting? Is it the exploration? Is it the progress and goals that they have? Because I don't, I've tried one mod pack and it was when I was streaming Minecraft a long time ago, just as like a celebration. I've streamed Minecraft a total of like 3 times. And it just had so much going on. This is before I realized why I don't like factory games. Automation of crafting and the quests, automation all the way. Yeah. Well, it feels like there's a never-ending stream of Minecraft mods. So, because if you do enjoy that, there'll always be more for you to play. I actually just found out about a game yesterday. Zelda 2 Remake. Is there I guess let's just click this. There's no pictures here. I wanted to show some pictures. Maybe here. Don't have any pictures here either. All right, well, anyway, they added a lot of content and they made it HD and it looked pretty cool. And the only reason I thought about this is it's like a mod. It actually isn't. They fully made it from the ground up, but it's like a mod for an existing game, just a game that was much older than Minecraft. All right, we're gonna have to take a break, but then I'm gonna look through all this feedback. Again, just to contextualize this for everybody, we have a launch on Friday, which is version 0.5. The previous launch was, I think, November 22nd. So it's been quite some time. And I am mostly just focusing on the new player experience. So anyone who's already played, you're probably not going to have more content. You're probably not going to have more fun, but it will be much smoother and clearer and just better in lots of ways. And some of them will be almost imperceptible unless you remember from 2 months ago what things look like. But yeah, practically every part of the game has improved. So that's what we're focusing on. All right, I'll take a quick break and then we'll get back to working on this. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, sorry about the little extra delay there. Close the game. All right, make the item desire system a town perk as well. All this stuff will just help clarify the game. Okay, so right now, customers can desire specific items. When they do, they just pick a random one that you've seen before with no, well, there's only one other restriction, but that's pretty much how the system works. So two potential improvements. One is, what if instead of requiring a random item, it's the same item that everyone else wants? And I'm probably doing this, so this isn't a real question. And then the other improvement is, what if they couldn't desire specific items until you unlocked that ability? So a pro, well, pros and cons. I guess the pro is that you would be aware of how this system works. And I guess kind of neutral here is the system is sort of obvious in itself. Maybe not the tipping part or that it's always desirable from a monetary perspective. Cons, some players may not unlock this and not know what they're missing, I guess. And some players, no, it's pretty much just that, I think. Yeah, and then it would cost money, which is really just the first con. Yeah. Hey, Headhunter. And hey, Smoo. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking about. Is it worth it? So to be clear here, this is the system. So if I just take a picture of this character wanting a potion, that's the item desire system. This character wants a small blue potion. It will not buy anything else other than that potion. When it buys that potion, it's going to pay a lot extra for it. So what I'm suggesting is, what if instead of you having that by default, you had to pay some money? Imagine if like this said item desires. Your customers may now want specific items, and when they get them, they will tip a handsome reward for that item. So is that worth doing or is it not worth doing? And I'm leaning toward it's worth doing. Leaning toward doing this because I do think it's best to slowly introduce mechanics. This is not a very complex mechanic though, which is why I don't think it's totally necessary, but the tipping part I think it'd be nice to tell you about. And if you did unlock it, you would see something about, hey, like, no, you will get a tip based on the most valuable item you've ever received so far, or something like that. I don't know. Are there any other pros or cons? Yeah, it's like expanding this one. Right now, customers will coincidentally want the items that you're already finding. So you'll end up with less money. Hey, Ollie, how's it going? I saw your message about unlocking VODs and I went to check and it still said you had to subscribe to see them. So I'm not sure if it just takes time to update or if you changed your mind or if it didn't take place at all. But anyway, I'm glad you considered it. I don't think it's necessary. It's a consideration. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably worth trying. If you just open up actually I could do this right now. Let me open an incognito window. And now I'm not even logged in. And try going to one of your videos. Yeah, it still says the video is only available to subscribers. So yeah, I don't know what happened there, but if you're saying really, then it means it probably wasn't intentional. Anyway, I hope the stream is good. Welcome in, everybody. We are working still toward the Friday launch of this game and, well, alpha launch. Friday alpha launch of this game, and we're just trying to improve pretty much anything that stuck out as even a little bit of friction. Yeah, sure, Ollie. I tuned in briefly. I had a lot of things to do to get ready this morning, but I think people were talking about like, is there a follow only chat mode? And I don't want to sound like preachy here because it's your stream, but I would say just consider what you want in others' streams. And for me, when I try chatting and I realize I can't, I need to have followed for some amount of time, I probably just leave. I just rarely am I going to be like, yes, I'll wait the 5 or 20 minutes or whatever it is that people have, and then be like, okay, I've waited this long. And if it's to weed out bad actors, I'd say just manually weed out bad actors. Also, the streams now have a shield mode that you can activate, which sets things like, it's usually at the bottom of this page, which sets things like you need to be a subscriber, or you need to be a follower. So if people are raiding your channel or they're bots or something, you can just click the shield. But I kind of want to try this. I do wonder if people are going to find this. I think this plays into another big issue, which is that right now we have, what, 8 of these? And we're going to add a 9th. At what point is this overwhelming to new players? It's not that I think 9 things is too much to look through, but it'd be nice if this were slowly unlocked. Maybe we should just consider this again toward the end, because this is something I'm a little fuzzy on. So consider having to unlock the customer desire system through a town perk. It would be pretty cheap and would just serve as a way to inform the user. Maybe like 10 gold. About how the tip system works, the tipping, the monetary tips work. You need to make sure this saves/loads correctly. The only real con with this is that some players may not unlock it. But that's really not such a big deal. There is one other consideration, which is if you never have customers wanting specific items, then it means that you could probably idle better, because now you'll never have a customer taken out of the pool if you don't happen to automatically be getting that item anyway. Which means if you knew this ahead of time, you might opt not to get this perk. There's, I'm gonna say there's another thing that we could do here, which is the perk is just for making them all want the same item, which still might not be a good idea. I think this change is cool for the town perks getting overcrowded and ideas unlock them as the game goes. Yeah, I think that'd be good too. I'm not totally sure how we'll do that, because one of the other things I was thinking is we could just split up where these perks go, because these are all over the place. There's ones that affect customers, max customers, customer speed. Then there's ones that affect items, shiny loot and item doubling. Then there's one that affects you, cloning, and then one that affects your workers and stuff, swift shoes. And then there's stuff that gives you like, so it's sort of just everything. We could just have tabs at the top. I think that would also potentially help. Hey, Karada. 20 days behind maybe. And now we have revolving coins. Yes, we do. We have a lot of other things too. Yeah. Okay. I think I want to do this. I just don't think we'll do it right this second. And maybe this means we'll do it this afternoon. I don't know. It's not going to be too far from now, but I just don't want to do it right now. The final consideration is that some people may not want to unlock this so that they can idle and still get money. We'll still have a limit on how many customers can want something at a given time. And I think it's the max number of customers minus 1 specific item. How does this work? I'm confused. I could have sworn. Oh, maybe we stop them from even entering the state, not even that you're in it eventually. Can seek specific item. Here it is. So the number of ones seeking it needs to be less than the max minus 1. So there's always one who will want any item. Yeah, whatever. I think it's fine. Hey, Reed. Yeah, I think it's worth doing. Okay. Well, still, we're now holding off on it. So maybe make the item desire system into town perk. Yeah. I have that written down, right? Yep, yep, yep. All right, need more sounds in the Guildmaster parts of the tutorial. Clicking dialogue option should have a little confirm ping. Your adventurers automatically battle for you, may even need a tiny ping. All right, this is potentially a bigger problem, which is that all of our buttons should probably have that. Let me turn on sound. Oh, even the, oh, that's broken, right? Shouldn't that make a sound? Yes, that should. It doesn't. Okay, let's fix that. So Guildmaster, sound, click NPC. We now play this in the shopkeep. Right there. Okay, that fixes that one. But the thing I really wanted to test here was, okay, I'm reloading this. It's getting ridiculous. The thing I really wanted to test here was the start of game stuff, where you have the guild master and they're having you click some stuff, and yeah, how's that working? Okay. So I want there to be some button sound. All right, let's turn off the music. So we click look around, doesn't make a sound. We click build guild, doesn't make a sound. Around doesn't make a sound. Build guild doesn't make a sound. I don't know what's going on with this. Did I just crash VS Code? No. Tooltip on parent, on hover, line 70. Tooltip where this content shows. So something has a tooltip that isn't set correctly, but it's not obvious where it's coming from. Well, can't have been too many things. I hardly did anything in the game. So let's just restart this and take a look at what I'm hovering over. It must be the sign. It's not the sign. What? That's all I clicked. What else could it be? Oh, handle not initialized. All right, ignoring that. New game. There's nothing else to even hover over. Huh. Something in the menu? Oh yeah, you're right. I changed the music volume, right? Yeah, it might have been something in here. Let's start from the beginning because maybe it only happens the first time around. But yeah, good call up here. Whoops. I just went in and did this. I don't see anything. Oh, there it is, right there. FPS limit. We found it. Good call. All right, gotta write that down. The FPS limit in the settings has a tooltip error. I don't think we're setting the tooltip where the content should show. All right, let's ignore that for now though. I just wanted to see that we're capturing it, and that should be easy to fix. But yeah, we don't have look around, build guild doesn't make a sound, and then clicking the sign. And then I think clicking build does make a sound. Yeah, and then clicking the NPC. Yes. Clicking higher doesn't make a sound. Clicking higher only in the first dialogue. Also, man, I cannot tell you how much this is like the greatest thing I ever added. I'm so happy we did that. I think we need to go one step further. And when you click this, I think we need the same thing to show up right here, pointing at the start battle button. So I'd like to do that too. Okay, that's fine. I like that. Yeah, pretty much all the buttons I think need little sound effects. Something very quiet. And you get in the battle and you can hear this. Sure. You win, you click look around, you build a shop. It's all pretty much the same stuff. Maybe even picking up an item. Picking up an item should probably have a sound effect. As should maybe putting it down. But only when you do it manually. It'd be really annoying if you heard this for every single one of your characters picking up an item. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have an arrow command. I should just add Windy into the game. Okay, so let's copy all this over to here. Okay, what would it take to make buttons just have a sound? Dialog box adds a bunch of buttons, but they're literally just buttons, right? Yeah. So we need to make a custom button because I don't think buttons have sounds associated with them. And then on hover, we have them do something, and on click, we have them do something. Yeah, dar. Yeah, I think that's what we'd have to do. Let's just search to make sure that I'm not wrong about this. Button with sound. Script, yep. I mean, this is what I was going to do. Creating custom button node. It's also my first thought. Oh, interesting. Someone's suggesting that you just put it inside of a group, and then every time you have a button that gets created, you just kind of detect that there was one created that's of a sound button. I don't like that idea. If there were a signal on creating a button, that wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, maybe there is something for modifying a scene tree, but I still don't think that's the right idea. I think it's just making a custom button class. So we make a like button with sound. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, let's go do that then. Let's close out of this. It's just going to be a button that has a script. Button with sounds. Attach script. Actually, first let's save it. Scenes UI. Button with sounds. All right. Text. Give it a filter. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now attach script. And we only have a couple of things we really need to consider here, right? It's mouse entered, mouse exited. Go code those functions. This would need access to the town for this to work, because that's where play sound comes from. Or it could emit a signal that then something listens to, but I think that'd be a mistake. Do we have this everywhere that we want to use this? Does this have access to the town? It doesn't. All right, so yeah, button with sounds. Oh, how about we code the boilerplate and then worry about it in a bit? So this is going to be something like play sound, and we'll need a sound ID from somewhere. It's probably something you'd want to parameterize through the code, but I don't think we even want to do that. I think we actually want to just set it to there's an on hover sound effect and there's an on click sound effect. So for now, let's just pick some short sound effects. What are short ones we have right now? I guess click NPC was one of them, right? Click NPC, yeah, this. So sound ID dot click NPC. And on mouse exit, I don't think we even play a sound. I think we just need it on enter. So delete this one. And then on click, pressed plus equal on pressed. All right, we don't need an is disabled. At least I don't think so. Play sound. Actually, how about that? Yeah, sure. Click NPC. Actually, we should make it a little bit different, right? Maybe UI decline. I don't know. I just wanted to be something, that's all. All right, so that's in ready. If this button gets disposed, I think we should be fine. We could manually override dispose and make sure it gets cleaned up. There's no harm in doing that. Yeah, take all of this. Put this over here. Delete all of that. And subtract the things. Come on, you had it, AI. You can do it. There. And then put this in the namespace. Oh, these are Godot signals. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't need to do anything then. Namespace, game, source, scene scripts, UI. Okay, so all we need to do is figure out the play sound bit. Need to get play sound from button with sounds. So either pass in a town or have a signal get emitted and connect to it from somewhere. So if we were to connect to it, what would we end up doing? Because why is my cursor a plus? There, it just fixed itself. Yeah, if we were to connect, we make a bunch of just random buttons over here, right? This gets buttons. That's fine. But we make them here. We make this. Yeah. And as someone mentioned online, the other way we could do this is we could detect that there's a new button in the scene tree and set the town from there. Have a sound player singleton the town inits, call that from buttons. Oh man, I really, really don't like singletons. Let me take a look at something really fast though. Godot signal on modifying the scene tree. Is there a signal for this? I guess we could check. Because here we should have something like get tree dot. Then we look for a little lightning bolt symbol. Node added. Wow. All right. Well, that would potentially do it for us. Yeah, node added, script changed, tree changed. Is there a node removed? Yeah, there's. Oh, that's another way. Get tree to try to figure out where the town is. Yeah. The button itself could search for a town parent. Or if we make anything a singleton, it's the sound player. I still don't like this idea, but what do you think about this? Yeah, get tree has node added and node removed. What does this pass in? Value. I'm guessing it's passing in the node. Yeah, it's passing in the node. Yeah, and then we could just check to see, is this a button with sound or does it inherit from button with sound? Does it have a group that is button with sound? I wonder when this gets called though. It just says when it enters this tree. Is it after ready? Is it before ready? It said at some point we shouldn't use get tree. I don't think this is a good way. Well, it's not that we should never use get tree. There are valid reasons to use get tree, and I think we do use it in some places. Yeah, like here, here. Also, I think it's the only way to use node groups. But the way that this would have to work if we were to do this from something like the town, I guess even audio player could know this, is it would have an on node added, and it would do something like, and it would take in the node, and it would check something here like check to see if it's in the sound buttons group, and then if so, call init with the town, and then it would be able to use the sounds. I do kind of like this solution. I mean, the other thing is we could we could just pass in the town. We could make sure that dialog box has a reference to the town, and then every time it creates a button, it creates it with the town object. We're only doing this for the audio player. So actually that's all we really need is the audio player. And it with the audio player, yeah. We don't even have an audio player that's accessible from the town, do we? Audio system? I don't know what I called this. Well, it definitely wasn't audio. Music system? There's music system. What does play sound call into? The, oh, town sound system. And this is private. We could just make that public if we needed to. But this is just for playing sounds, right? Yeah, so we would pass this in. I think that's pretty reasonable. Create an interface and have the thing that registers them use that. Then any node that can implement the interface, you don't need to add a new case. Yes, that is possible. The only reason I wouldn't do that right off the bat is that we only have one use for this so far. And I'm generally of the mindset that when we have a second use is when we consolidate the use cases and make an interface then. I know it's not a lot of extra work right off the bat. Can you put an arbitrary message on a channel? I think I know what you're saying, but I think like you can make your own signals and then pass whatever data you want along those signals, but then something needs to connect to it. So I think at a high level, what you have is either you should be able to fetch the audio player from anywhere. Then the buttons would get it. Another one is a button should get created with the audio player. Another is a button should have the audio player get filled in when it's added to the tree. And what was the final kind of high level thing we had here? Oh yeah, a button could search for the audio player, which I guess fetching it from anywhere. Yeah, this is like the singleton route or the search through the scene tree. Anyway, I'm leaning toward this as our high level solution here. Just have it get filled in. Just say somewhere that this is part of like a needs audio player group. Let's at least see what it would look like and see what that does for us. So if I say add group needs audio player, and then we would have some like public void set audio player. It's actually not audio player, it's town sound system. So we might need to rename some things, but whatever. Then we save this off. We put this here, private town sound system. So this actually would be equal to null to begin with. So down here, when we call play sound, we're going to do town sound system question mark dot play sound. What is on my clipboard right now? That, yes, I still need that. All right, then we just need to do this from somewhere. Personally, I like the singleton route. Having an audio manager that has some signal connections that can be called from anywhere is nice. Having the audio manager manage what can be played and what's already playing. So having an audio manager, I think, is nice. Having it be a singleton, I don't think is necessary here. The reason I don't tend to like singletons is kind of two reasons. One, it messes with dependency injection. And two is that it may not always be a singleton. So if you're testing, this makes it harder. And with this, if you ever run into a case where something that you expected the application only have one of now has two of something, it's like the amount of implications that has are just so far reaching. And I've been part of refactors where we've done this in the past, and it's always a pain. It's always a pain. There are so many assumptions you make when you're like this, there's always one of this thing. So yeah, I recognize there's possibly a slim chance we ever want two audio players, but maybe we do have one. Maybe we split one out for town sounds versus UI sounds, and then, I don't know, buttons get created with now the wrong thing or something. Plus, I don't think this solution is bad. Every time a node is added, we just need to check to see if it's part of a group, which hopefully is not a very long operation. But like I said, we're just going to see if this feels right. And if it doesn't, then yeah, we'll readjust. All right, so I'll just call this testeroni for now. And we'll make this. Would you rather pass that as a reference instead of the audio player instance? The play sound method? Yeah, we could do that. In my mind, it's not a big difference either way. Storing a reference to a function versus storing a reference to a class and then calling that function is it's practically identical in terms of memory performance. I know it's not exactly the same. There's still a vtable lookup of the class, and then you have to call a function still. But to get called after the node, I don't know that. That's why we're testing this. Node added plus equal on node added. I guess we could have just named this on node added to tree, and then taken the node, and then instead of doing this, we do that here. Okay, so if node dot has group is in group, what did I call it? Adventures. Needs audio player. Then I guess just print a node was added that needs the audio player. And maybe print out the node's name. Although nothing's going to give this a particular name. It might just be called button with sounds, I guess. Or at least the first one would be. Now dialog box, whenever it adds a button, should now add a button with sounds. I mean, we might as well call it a function, right? So we're going to say this is a button with sounds node dot set audio player sound system. Yeah. And this is why Kevin was saying, why not make this an interface? And like I said, I think it's just the whole, we don't know we're going to need a second one of these things, and that it's easy enough to change this when we do. But I could totally see it, just we make an interface from the get-go. All right, there's one problem, which is, wait, no, there's no problem. I did this. So now we don't know if it worked. We should probably print out node added to tree. This is gonna like totally just spew a million different things at us. But I suspect it will never actually show us that it's a needs audio player thing, which is fine. We have another way of working around this. We just don't do it in ready. Is there a button with sounds here? Oh, wait. Oh, there isn't because of, yeah, this is the close button, right? Exactly. We need one that has a different button. I think there need to be two options. Do we have something that gives us two options? I guess the upgrading a building. We don't have enough money. I think that should have done it. But I don't see button with sounds here at all. The higher one should have triggered it. They have. Button with sounds. Yeah, button with sounds is never being actually used here. We must be adding this somewhere though, right? Dialog box. Added button with sounds. See if the order is correct. I doubt the order is correct. Like, I think we're going to need to do this from somewhere else. But I don't know for sure. Let's just put a breakpoint here. Yeah, just restart this. So if that breakpoint gets hit, we know we're on a dialogue. Oh, wait, where do we add this? Add child and options in there. Yeah, that's when it should enter the tree. Oh, wait a second, though. The way this probably works is that we add the entire dialogue to the tree. So we probably never actually see this. We probably just see this thing, node added to tree dialog box. And then we would need to check all of its children and all of their children to see, are any of them the button that we might want. Yeah, so it's getting called here. And if we just clear the console right now and then go to the point where this is added a container. Oh, wait, add a button with sounds. Huh? Oh, I guess I'm wrong. Why isn't it playing a sound then? Oh, no, sorry, my bad. That's a different thing. Then it adds app button 77. What is this? Try that again. I want to put a breakpoint here. And we get this thing added to the tree. What is the text on this button? No dot text. Build. And does it have a group? How do we get its groups? So there's no autocomplete here. Oh, there's 0. Is it a button with sounds? It is. Yeah. Okay. So then I think everything should work if I just do this through here. We just click where are groups? I don't even know where groups are. Oh my God, did I not save this? So this doesn't even know that we have the script? Because if so, that's a totally different problem. And I'm just a dummy. Yes, oh my God. Oh my God. All right, now what? Does this work? Blah, blah, I don't care. No, it didn't just work there. Okay. So yeah, how do we add the group from here? There was, I thought, oh, now it's working. Maybe because I had it running or something. Anyway, global groups, we got to add one in this. How do we do that? Plus. And what's this called? Needs audio player. Global. Okay. Was that a comment? What was that? Description. Yeah, I'd like there to be a description in there. You can't modify it once it's already there though. I guess we have to delete it. And then, oh my God, delete this. Add a new one, global, but this time give it a description. Nodes that get populated with a way to play audio. There. So now that should work. Now we don't need this. And it should be fine. Don't you need to instantiate it differently? Yes, you are correct. So none of what I did was going to work anyway. And possibly we could have done it through code. I don't know why I'm even testing this. This shouldn't work. Yeah, it doesn't. Let's put this back in. Let's go instantiate this correctly. Button with sounds. Yeah, so I want this here. Instantiate. Actually, let's get it from somewhere that actually loads the scene. Huh. Oh. Here. Okay, so scene equals load scene slash UI slash button with sounds. Then instantiate it as a button with sounds. Cool, call this button. Then set the text. All right. All right, now I think it would work. I think it would work. I think we would have sounds. And I think we just need to test the whole add to group thing because possibly we can stop doing that from the scene itself. Okay, that's pretty cool. So can we get rid of it from here? If I just uncheck this box, If it's still playing sounds, then yeah, it's working through code. No, you can't do it through code. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind if that needs to be there. Wait a second though. There's another signal that maybe would allow us to do that. I don't remember what they have. Godot node signals. There's like there's ready and then there's some other thing. Entered tree. Is there anything beyond that? Where do you read these? Here, node not ready. Okay, what else do we have as far as signals go? Signals. Child entered tree, exited tree. This is emitted after the child's own notification entered tree and tree entered. Child order changed, ready, renamed, tree entered. I don't really care. I don't think any of this matters. I don't think we need to do this. Have you tried it in it? It might work. We can just set it in the scene. I don't think it'll be a problem. I just need to write somewhere that it needs to be set in the scene. Hey, Batman. Actually, is init something we can override? No, I couldn't remember how this works. Because we don't have an explicit initialization for this. Okay, so this was called needs audio player. It's really town sound system, which happened to have some audio players. So I think we should be explicit about this, and we should call this set town sound system. Yeah, so that's all good. Now needs audio player group. Well, where did that description go? Nodes that get populated with a way to play audio. Nodes that get populated in the project? Wow, interesting. All right, well, I want to rename this. Can we do that? Needs town sound system. Yeah, it's like a constructor for GDScript. Yeah. And even then, it's not like a real constructor, I think. There's some difference between, I can't remember, I haven't used GDScript in a while, but there's something that is called when something's created, but you can't pass your own parameters to it. But yeah, in C# it's a little different. All right, cool. And then all we need to do is replace this bit down here. I'm pretty impressed. Yeah. All right, so the total changes that we made, ignoring the description, because the description doesn't matter. We had to add a scene so that we have a button with sounds. This is unrelated. This is me making it so you can click shop keeps. We needed this line here to connect to a signal, and we needed the function for it to know that when we've added something to the tree that needs a sound system to set the sound system. And then we have the difference in button creation. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so now what sounds do we want them to be? This process is always a little bit annoying. We have a million of these, and we just got to find the right one. So when you hover over something, got to be one of these maybe? No, that's not bad. Hover 4. I like that one the best so far. Maybe 7 is not bad. Okay, so 4 or 7. Then for click, what should it be? Maybe it should be based on the button. Maybe there should be like a reject sound for close buttons and a confirm sound. It probably should be dynamic, but what's just a decent generic one, I guess. Oh, not that. No. These are terrible. They're just too long. We have some other things that it could potentially be. We could also just use a different hover one like that. Yeah, hover one maybe for clicking. Hover one for clicking. Okay, so 4 or 7 for hover. Let's see which one we should try. This is pretty quiet, although we can make all of them quiet. So it's, do we want it to have a tone or just sound percussive? I'm trying to picture when will you ever hover over a ton of buttons? I guess maybe in like town perks or something. Yeah, let's try 7. Okay. So we'll copy this over here. Game, assets, audio, sounds, UI, paste. All right, so it's hover, James Bond, sound ID, button hover, all sound data, UI, we just need any as UI thing, paste this here, button hover, and it's in the UI folder. It's called that. So that's button hover. That's now usable. Let's put it in. This is on mouse entered. Yeah, button hover. Okay, and then on pressed, what did I say? Hover 1. Six isn't bad either. Kind of like 6. Yeah, I like 6. Let's do 6. Okay, so paste that over here. Whoops, sorry. I don't know how loud that was, but it was somewhat loud for me. All right, so this would be the general button click sound. Button click 44. Button click. Good. Button click. Okay, so sometimes you're going to click a button and another sound effect will also happen. That's the time when I think we want to stop this. But I think it's better to just have some button sounds now and then worry about that later. But pretty much every button needs to be made into a button with sound, even the ones on the title screen. I gotta write that down. Make pretty much every button be a button with sounds. The title screen may need some special handling since we don't have an audio player at that point. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do there. Maybe we just ignore the title screen for now. Excuse me. Okay, so since this doesn't have sounds, let's go make that work. Anytime we make a button, we need this. We should probably just have this be a create thing right over here, huh? Public static button with sounds create. Return button. All right. Good. Now, where else do we have buttons? The close button is just a button, but then this is fetched through the scene tree. Yeah. Hey, Matt. Yeah, the day is going well. I've been making some pretty good progress. I'm happy with how things have been going in general. I think if you were to look at any individual day, you'd be like, oh man, there's no major strides forward with Skeleseller. But I think the point now is just to slowly improve things. Well, the point isn't to slowly improve them. The point is to improve things. And we are improving them. And it's just each improvement takes time. So it is happening to go slow. But yeah, I'm looking forward to what people say once they've seen all this stuff. All right, so this is now a button with sounds. And it's going to be the close button. So we'll copy dismiss over to here. And now anything else that we used for this, How do we see any modified properties? Layout. Layout changed container sizing. Its stretch ratio is set to 0. So layout, container sizing, stretch ratio down to 0. And that should be it. Then we just need to call it close button. But yeah, I don't think anything else changed here. Texture is just inherited. Yeah, cool. Okay, so call it close button. Access is unique, close button, and delete. Oh, how did I get close button too? Oh, because it didn't. I see. That's fine. All right, so now this is a button with sounds. It doesn't really matter that it's a button with sounds, though. It could just still be a button because we don't do anything special, do we? Still gonna get ready called on it. Just look at those things. Yeah, I think that should be fine. All right, so anywhere else that the button, the word button shows up in here, it shouldn't be. Or where we're creating one, I should say. The word button can show up. Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's try it out. So now all dialogues, and actually only dialogues, are going to have buttons that have the new sound effects. Let's also see if they sound good. Can you hear that? It's at like negative 45 decibels, so it's probably not super apparent. Okay, you can't hover over these. Those probably need sounds now as well. Choosing an adventurer to hire probably also have sound effects. The town menu should probably have the sound effects. Oh man, every button in the game needs sound effects. Oh, party members, anything clickable. Yeah, it's only dialogues. Oh, how silly. Okay, yeah, everything clickable. Town menu buttons, choosing an adventurer to hire, choosing an adventurer in the battle map, town menu buttons, battle map buttons. I almost wonder if we could do this totally differently, but I don't think it would be smart. I was gonna say, what if we just took every button in the game and made it have sound effects? But I don't think you want to do that. And turning them into a button with sounds class is really not that hard, and that's all we need to do. Maybe even these ones. These I'm a little bit more torn on because if you're in the game menu, maybe you don't want sounds playing anymore, but they would be pretty minor sounds. And then all this stuff too. Yeah. Okay, so game menu buttons. Okay, so if we were to just go back and start this again. We originally said look around doesn't make a sound. Now it does. Yeah. So look around doesn't make a sound. Clicking the sign doesn't make a sound. That's still the case. Clicking a sign doesn't make a sound. Should it? Yes. What should it be? Because maybe it should be a more a wood sounding sound. Home downloads Leo RFFI wood. Step wood. Hit metal on wood. Now let's see what these sound like. 90 player movement. 90 player movement. Here it is. Step wood. Oh, that was pretty good. Yeah, step wood 03. That could be your you clicked a sound. You clicked a sign sound. I just need to add them to the group. Then add the mouse over and press handlers in the on node added to tree. Yeah, that could work. think I'm going to be adding them to the group anyway. I feel like I should make them a button with sounds. I'm not sure. Is there a snake hat equip sound? You know, that would probably be pretty much silent. So no. If we add mouse over and press dynamically, then we would need to remove them dynamically as well. So that's something that's added to the scene tree and then hidden, doesn't have two sound effects playing. But yeah, that is another way to do this. It also moves the onus to the town, which I'm not sure I like. Because right now, well, I guess the town just has an initialized call pretty much. But the button with sounds has the actual stuff in here. I think I want to keep it in here. Yeah. I feel like that's better encapsulation. All right, so what did I just say? We want to use that wood sound. So this is for clicking a sign. It's going to be considered, I guess, a town sound technically. Is this where we put the portal stuff? Yeah, some may want to override it. Warning, loud at full volume. Is this the metal clanking sound? Augment portal is considered a UI sound. Oh, because augment is, but the other portal sound should be a town sound, right? Click portal. No, that's also a UI sound. What is considered a town sound? And how does this even know? Oh, it's just, wait, no, how does this know? Build building, for example. Where does that come from? Town.place sound. I don't get it. Town sound system.play. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, the sounds themselves have different buses? But then shouldn't I have seen that in all sound data? Where does the word town show up here? So confused. I don't know where this happens. Watching with my friend. How's the game going? It's going well. And hey again, Spike. I recognize the UID. Wait, was it really the metal pipe falling sound? All right, I am definitely confused here. Where do we play town sounds? Town sound system, play sound, gets sound data. If it's a UI sound, it plays it. Oh, I see. Oh, battle sounds play through a totally different thing. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. It was a metal pipe one. Is it just bookmarked for you? See how many times you can shoehorn it in a conversation? Okay, I haven't really drawn a careful line here, and I'm a little bit torn on whether this is even worth doing right now. We have, okay, so here's the problem. We have 3 different sound sliders. We have one for town sounds, one for battle sounds, and one for UI. The battle ones are just ones that happen in battle. That is unambiguous. But town and UI, it's like, okay, hovering over a button, that's definitely UI. But hovering over the portal, is that UI or is that a town sound? And I think the way we define town sounds is that they're things that happen without your input. So a customer buying something, that is a town sound. But yeah, you clicking a portal, that's a UI sound. And I think we'd have to make that clear to the player too, maybe. Well, I think this is pretty minor. But do we stick to that everywhere? So basically something that requires your action is a UI sound. Item, sale, hire, adventure. I mean, hiring an adventurer is something you do, though. God, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, anything that you click or you cause, I think should be considered a UI sound. Any others here? So far, no. Yeah, like recycle item. Recycle item could be caused by you, but isn't guaranteed to be caused by you. I don't know. Yeah, this is, I'll just file this for later. we have a hazy definition of town sounds versus UI sounds. Should we even... Okay, yeah. So I think UI sound should exclusively be actions caused by the player, e.g. hovering over a button. However, where does hiring an adventurer or recycling an item go? Recycling an item, I think, would be the town, but hiring an adventurer, it's only ever caused by you clicking something. But if you turned off UI sounds, would you expect that one to be turned off too? I don't know. I have no idea. I could see it either way. I think it's probably pretty minor. Ask this question. If you turned off UI sounds, would you expect that sound to be muted? Thank you, Krasner. Yeah, thank you. We're up to, I forgot what number already. I think I closed it, but I could just open it again. 462 wish lists. This is not a real-time number. So if people were to add or remove it, this would not reflect until probably like 13 hours from now. Do you think people will ever turn off a specific sound entirely or just turn up or down? I think some people might get annoyed by battle sounds for sure and possibly turn them off or turn them way down. And I think some people might not like UI sounds. This is a total mystery to me because I don't think I would ever change this in another game unless it was super obnoxious or it was a mobile game. Mobile games, I tend to just mute stuff. But for a computer game that's mostly taking my entire focus and I'm not doing something else at the time, I'd usually just tweak the levels. So if there's dialogue sometimes or like voiced NPCs, then sometimes I turn that stuff up because it's hard to hear. But I don't know about UI sounds. I think you should make a post in r/incremental games. I think so too, Brandon. But I think Reddit is weird about who makes the posts. And this is something I've never really liked about Reddit. And I stopped going on Reddit pretty much. So anyway, if you post something that I made, then everyone's like, yeah, that's fine. If I post something I made, people are like, hey, that's self-promotion. And it's like, well, can't most people just ask their friend to post the thing? It's still going to just be content that people can vote on. So yeah, I would ask this. If when the game is launched for these Steam festivals, if you want to make a post anywhere, like feel free to. And I would welcome you posting to Reddit about it. I think that would be great. And that way it's not me making the post and then someone saying like, oh, this guy's just trying to advertise his own game. UI sounds just kind of blend in with no sounds to me. Yeah. Add a dedicated button for mute or unmute for each audio level. Sliders can sometimes be annoying for simple on-off stuff. Yeah, I'll write that down. Yeah. All right. Okay, well, let's try to get through this anyway. I don't really have, yeah, I don't really have a definition of what's a UI sound yet. But if we just ignore that, we wanted to get this wood sound in the game. Did I already put it over here? Oh, I didn't know where to put it because I didn't know if it's a town sound or a UI sound. Oh my God. All right, we're going to call it a UI sound. Where is it? Step wood. We didn't already put it in, right? No. All right, there it is. And now we have sound ID. So this is going to be click sign all sound data. We said it's a UI sound, so just go take it from here. Click sign there and there. Oh, it's, yeah, it's click sign. It's not hover sign. I guess hovering a sign isn't going to give you a sound effect, which I think is okay, but maybe that'll feel weird at some point. Now signpost should have a click function. Yep, there it is, show dialogue. Whether or not the dialogue actually shows, it should still give you feedback that it clicked the sign. And we should have the town in here somewhere, right? Yeah. Town dot play sound. All right. And now we have this nice little wooden sound. You ever used a coin for these 50-50 decisions? Do you know the whole coin decision lore? Wait, what? Decision lore. You mean the whole you know in the air what you want? I don't tend to use coin flips for things. All right, we need a sign to show. I don't think that made a sound. Oh, it didn't make a sound because I didn't click Godot. Can you hear that? It's very faint. It's so faint, I can hardly hear it. Also, the more you click something, the fainter the sound gets. So now I would need to wait a long time. I wonder if it waits by real time or by in-game time. Yeah. I think we need to bump that sound effect up a little bit. What does the waveform look like? Can I open this with Audacity? Yeah. Because I'm guessing it's a very tiny waveform. Like almost a flat line, I would guess. Yep, almost a flat line. So we'll set the volume to 2. So this is going to be double the volume it was at. That's the lore, yeah. Yeah. And I like that. If I ever do leave something to randomness, and sometimes I do, but usually I have someone else pick for me, I'll weight it in my head. So let's say I'm trying to decide between like ice cream flavor A and B. And let's say I'm leaning toward B. I'll have someone pick and I'll say if they choose, I'll be like, choose number 100. And if it is divisible by 3, I'll go with A. Otherwise, I'll go with B. So it's a 2/3 chance that they pick B anyway. And that way I still make some choices I wouldn't normally make, but it's not fully random. It's not fairly random. It's unfairly random. Okay, yeah, whatever. I think that's good. All right, just a million more of these to do. All right, clicking the sign now makes a sound. Clicking higher should make a sound. Does it? Yes. Picking up an item should probably have a sound effect when you do this manually. Manually picking up an item. All right, manually picking up an item. What should we use for that? I think we have a pickup item somewhere. Use pick item. Here it is. I'm using one of these somewhere already, aren't I? I'm using the third one, so let's not use the third one again. These don't really sound fitting to me, but maybe it will once it's actually in the game. So let's try it. Hey, Two Dorks, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How does equip sound? Yeah, we can listen to that. No, I don't like any of those. Which one did I like from here? I think 1 or 2 would be good. Let's try it though. Planning footsteps. Okay, now since this is something you're doing, we're going to consider this to be a UI sound. So let's put it there. Pick item. Sound ID. Manually pick up item. Yeah. Manually pick up item is that is UI. We don't need a volume slider. And then we need to call this from when you manually pick up an item. Where does that happen? There's some player held item. Is this where's this get used from? Player held item init drop item. Okay, so it must be in here somewhere. There must be like a pickup item, right? Pick up item, yes. Start holding item. Where's that get called from? That's private. So then it must be from here. So let's try this. Town.play sound. And let's test it. This is C#, yeah. How do you pronounce your name? I am quite curious. All right, we're gonna grant some items. Oh wait, oh, it's the same problem. We need to click Godot. Okay, this is annoying. Let's get through the tutorial really fast. There. Okay, cool. So tutorial done. Now let's try moving some items. Yeah, it looks like it's working. I think when you right click to drop an item, it should also make a sound. What about placing the items? That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, dropping and placing, I think, should make a sound. Dropping an item by right-clicking should make a sound. And then placing an item by left-clicking or dragging should make a sound. Yeah. So there's that. Now, right-clicking. Where's that happen from? Right-click, right mouse, right button. What is it called? It's got to have right in the name somewhere. Mouse button dot right. All right, now where is this used when it comes to holding stuff? Here it is. So when you were holding an item, this will call drop. This is the only place this is called. And here, this will place the item. Won't stop holding it, right? Oh, I see. This is picking up a new item. I don't care about that one. I only care about the time when the town does it. But this doesn't care if we're holding an item to begin with. Yeah, so there needs to be like a Boolean here that says play sound. Only the Hagi? Is that? Am I saying it right? It's like Hagi. I'm gonna definitely add this to the name pronunciations list. Hagi. Well, anyway, let me know. RG. All right, so this is bool play sound, and if is holding item and play sound, then sound.play sound. This is manually drop item, yeah, which we don't have yet. I don't even know what sound effect this should be. But now let's go set this in the two places that we have it. So here it is going to be true that we want to play a sound, and here it is going to be false that we don't want to play a sound. And then the item itself, or the sound itself, we need this. This is manually drop item. Sound data. Except for actually go to the correct file. Drop. All right, what should that sound like? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Is there a drop item here somewhere? Discard? No, but this isn't discarding. You're placing it somewhere. Those all sound like you're trashing it. That's not bad. This sounds metallic a little bit though. I'm gonna use this, even though I don't really like this one. No, I'll use this. Let's try it. See if it sounds good. Okay. Yeah, if I want a metallic sound. If only someone knew a UUID I could use. Can you throw it in Audacity and pitch it down? Yeah, I can. We haven't modified any sounds yet, so I want to make sure we're only doing that when we're closer to launch, in case we end up changing sounds entirely, or I learn how to make the sounds myself. But I could modify it. Okay, so ignore all that stuff. Let's just click grant most things, grant some items, and now we're just going to move this. All right, it doesn't work unless you click a dough. Still not making a sound because I forgot to add it. No, that's not right. I added it. Town gets called here, calls drop item with true. Oh no, it's only when you right click. Oh. Whoops. I got confused by the thing I was doing. So this is going to make the sound I wanted for placing. Yeah. So when I right click an item. Actually, that's not bad. What does it sound like when they come out of the ground? Is that okay? Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, well then we need to play this sound effect also when you place the item. Where do you place an item? Clicked item display, clicked item destination. Here. All right, play sound, or town.play sound. There we go. I almost feel like I'd have them opposite. The clink to pick up and then the other sound to put them down. We could try that. But let's see at least if this is working for putting items into different item displays. Man. Okay. It's not bad. Does add a lot to the game, I think. All right, now Kevin wants them to be reversed, so let's reverse them. Put this path down here and this path up here. Is there an item for when a sound for when items pop out of the portal? I don't think so. I wanted to be a little bit careful about how many sounds play without you doing something. All right, I don't know. I don't know what's better. And I don't know if chat remembers enough about what the last one sounded like. But does this sound good this way? Okay, thanks, Cowboy. It gets quieter as you click it a lot. So hopefully it's less annoying if you're doing something a lot of times. Now there's something else we can do here. We have built-in ways of changing the pitch. So what if we do that? So I'm fine with this. Go to auditory cue for taking action there. But you might not have to take action. And they might pop right into your warehouse as well. So let's try shifting the pitch from 80% to 120%. Hey, Matt. I love this stream. I'm having a good time. I'm also making progress, and that's really all I care about at this point, is are we moving closer to a more polished launch. Okay, way too much variance. Way too much variance on picking it up, at least. On dropping it, I can't really tell at all. Okay, I can tell it's just overshadowed by how much this is shifting it by. So let's do 0.9 to 1.1. Wasn't aware of the straight to warehouse possibility. Yeah, but even when they are showing up on the ground, I think you'll probably mostly just have your workers pick them up, and then you won't really have an action. It's still too much variance. We need this to be a very narrow range. I think when something has a distinct pitch, that modifying it by 10% just it sounds like it's trying to be musical and it's just not. Maybe not even having variance here would be good. Hard to say. Now it's like a half step off. I don't know. I don't think any variance is good. I think if the range is so narrow, then what's the point in even varying it? Let's delete that one. If we're gonna, yeah, let's delete it. Okay, sure. So cool. What have we done so far? Dropping an item, done. Placing an item, done. Pretty much every button, not done. Some things are fine to just sound the same every time. Yeah, and if it does get annoying, we could tackle that problem then. Maybe, I don't know what we would do. Maybe just come up with a more percussive sound that gets varied. All right, choosing an adventurer to hire should also have sound effects. So that's in party member. There should already be some mouse entered, mouse exited. Mouse entered, yeah, show highlight and hide highlight. This would now need to specifically be mouse entered. Unless this is only ever called from here, it is. And what about this one? Well, mouse exit doesn't need to do anything. Could be doing it so quickly as making it stand out too much. Yeah, although I do suspect that players are going to do something kind of similar. Like you might have the garbage slime unlocked and you might have a bunch of items. You might be doing this. In which case, I think you would notice. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Maybe I do keep it. I don't know. Is there a yeah? There's a slop sound for the slime. Nice new pop-up font. Yeah, that's the handwritten one that Quickie Joe made. I think it sounds good. Okay, you know what? Then I'll put it back. There. All right. Now, what was the next thing I was talking about? Oh yeah, adventurer. So party member base. We're gonna have an on mouse entered. Delete this. Private void on mouse entered. What is going on with my clipboard? I don't know what's happening. And then play a sound. Do we have the town in here? Of course not. Oh, we could just get we could put this in the needs audio player group. Yeah, then we need to store this somewhere too. Button with sounds. All right. Well, actually, we're just getting initialized from, like, maybe we could get the town. I guess we just don't need it. Party member. I think it's initialized from a party section. And even this doesn't have a town, although maybe the base does. Nope. All right, yeah, then fine. We're doing it this way, which means we do need that interface. So now we go to party member base. We store this. We need a setter and an interface. This is going to call this here, play sound. And then what sound do I want? Hover button or something? What's it called? Button hover. Okay. Null reference, because we need to set it. We need the button with sounds thing. Set town sound system. We'll put this into here. Now make an interface. Where shall the interface go? Let's just go to Skeleseller and find files. Start with an I. We can't actually do that, can we? It's going to just be everything that contains an I. Hey, Code Alarm, welcome into the stream. Here they are. Here are some. So it looks like we're putting them in individual folders where they make sense, huh? Any other places? Yeah, they're all just in their own folders. Okay, so what is this for? This is for sounds. So I guess we could put it in the town because it's a town sound system. Sounds good. Game, source, town. Yeah, make it here. All right, entity positioner. We'll just steal this one. And we'll save this as I needs town sound system. The I is a convention that C# uses. I know you might be like, oh, that was a typo. It should be I need. But the I just means it's the interface, and needs town sound system is what the thing that we're putting the interface on is it needs it. English. I don't speak it. All right, so I needs town sound system. Oh, was it called system? I think it was. All right, so public interface that. Yeah, and it's only gonna have one function, and it's gonna be the set town sound system. Public void set town sound system and semicolon. Oh, whoops, I do need this thing. I need it now. Like it. All right, now these things should both implement it. I need town sound system. Why is this not auto-completing? What? Why isn't it auto-completing? Did I type this wrong? I'm confused. Okay, now it worked. Oh, I named it wrong. Oh my God. That's why. I even talked about why the S should be there, and then I didn't write it. All right, so now this will get overridden. Yeah. And then same thing for button with sounds. We have this inherit from this, and then import this. And then the final thing is going to be inside the town class. Instead of casting to a button with sounds, we know that it is one of these. Yeah, we could also say that it's one of those. Like if node is, in fact, this is all that really matters. This can just be our tag to the point where this isn't needed anymore. I'm going to write a note about it, but I don't want to do it right now. No, actually, I do want to do it right now. Let's just do it. Node is this. This was highlighted yellow. Use pattern matching. Sure, do that for me. All right, cool. Yeah, this is much better. So now we go delete that group that I added. Button with sounds no longer needs this. Delete and delete. And that means that project.godot should no longer be modified. Good. And now why did I do all this? For the party member to have a hover sound, which I think should already be done. Let's try it out. So now when you go to hover an adventure, it'll make them feel like buttons. And in the future, if we want to be really cutesy with it, we could give each adventurer their own like hover sound. Like in Banjo-Kazooie. That would be very funny. Now let's see, does it work? Nice. Now clicking it does not make a sound. Probably should. Party member base. But now that we have all that other stuff done, this is just adding one line. So play sound instead of hover. Oh yeah. instead of hover, there should be a click somewhere on click. Play sound, button, click. Okay, so that is done for adventurers. Choosing an adventure in the battle map should have the exact same thing applied to it. In fact, let's rebuild, I guess. We don't need Audacity open anymore. Don't save. Okay. And it works over here. Yeah, how long does it take to build, or how long have I been building this for? It's been since, I think, April 17th of last year. That shouldn't link to 2024. Yeah, I gotta fix that command. But yeah, I think April 17th. Yep. I was working on a prototype for it before that, though, so I guess you could technically consider it to have started on March 20th, maybe. So it's been almost a year. All right, so I wanted to link to this, which for some reason has 2 GIDs in it. What if I get rid of the second one? Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. All right, ecom journal. Journal is here. And we just change the GID that it goes to. I just want it to link to 2025 by default. All right, now when you open up that link, yep, cool. Choosing an adventure, we're done with that. Town menu button should probably have sound effects. Town menu. Like, do we add all these dynamically? No, they're all just here. I'm not even sure that's better or worse, because now we need to instantiate a bunch of these buttons and then copy over anything that changed. Hopefully there's nothing that changed. The layout, minimum size. Why is that there? Oh, because without these get tiny. Oh man, you can see the problem that we have everywhere else too, right? There's very little padding on top and there's a lot of padding on bottom. Yeah, this is an issue we're gonna have everywhere, I think. I'm gonna take a picture of this. I should take a picture of it with a couple of buttons. I didn't even notice it originally. But yeah, now that I see it, I can't unsee it. It looks like there's a lot of bottom padding for all of these. How did I never notice this in the game? Yeah, it's just, now it's obvious. I've poisoned myself. And if we got rid of the minimum size, they just look like they're too close to the top. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's the only thing that changed. So we just need to make this everywhere. Let's go do it. So instantiate a button with sounds. Put this right there. We should just put a 2 at the end of all of these. This apparently gets a lot more performant in the next Godot launch. So I'm looking forward to that. And then we can copy over this, make this unique, and then give it any properties that we had over here, which is the text, definitely, and the minimum size. Minimum size is 25. Layout, minimum size. Okay, so these buttons should look and act exactly the same. And if they're not, then I don't see any other changes, so I guess we're never going to find out. All right, let's test just that. I feel like there's something else I forgot, but I don't remember what it was. Also, this whole thing's going to break, so let's not just test that. Maybe easier to edit the TSCN file, but that would set the minimum size for every button. And eventually different font sizes or different like views here. Like we have the skill purchase buttons, and those are probably gonna need sounds too, but they don't even have a excuse me, a style, like a border or an outline. Plus now I think I should be able to do this and just copy paste this button and call this toggle skill tree button. And call this adventurers, put this under here, delete this. I meant the town menu one to add the new buttons since you can see which properties the existing buttons have. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, that would be possible. I don't think this is going to take too long though. Oh, I better save this. There's a while Godot crashes and then it would take a lot longer. This isn't even letting me paste this for some reason. It looks like it's working, but it's not. Paste. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. Copy the text. All right, just 4 more of these. This is town perks. 3 more of these. This is quest. 2 more of these. There. All right, buildings button. And it says buildings on it. And the final one. And it says hints. All right, that should be everything. Let's try that out. What that will do is give us sounds on the menu buttons over here. That did not work. Oh, whoops. I think this lost its tooltip. Or it was always set through code and I messed something up somehow. Did it fail to find a particular, yeah, I failed to find pretty much everything. Why? Toggle town perks button. Did I not name it that? Toggle town perks button. Oh, they lost all of their unique things. Huh. It's not making sound effects still. Am I missing something? Oh, yes, I am. I know what I'm missing. This is tricky. But I put this at the bottom here. This needs to be done immediately. Or possibly even earlier than we can do this. An on node added to tree is only going to work once the town sound system exists. This might not work then. Well, if it doesn't work, we can just run on all the tree nodes that exist so far. Well, let's see. Hope it works. No, drat. Yeah. Yeah. So the town menu was added to the tree already. So we need to run this on everything that already existed. All right. Well, set up sound system, I guess. Yeah. All right. Pasting is definitely not working. I don't know what's wrong there. So we're going to get this and do these things inside of the new function. And then we need to run on node added to tree to every node that's already in the tree. Need to run on every node already in the tree. That's a shame. Do the buttons have the group? I deleted the group. I guess we could add the group again. But searching through the whole tree shouldn't be too bad. I wonder if we have something that recursively calls a function on every single node in the tree. I don't think we have that already. And like I said, I don't think this is that hard to do. Oh no, we don't we have like a topographical sort of something? All right, let's just search for get children. That surprisingly, there are not that many calls. It's not that. It's not that. No. Oh, this is interesting though. Free all children. Not this, not this. This. Yeah, this. This is what I want. But I want to make this generic. Okay, let's copy paste this. So we have node functions as a folder. We're gonna make a new thing here, I guess. It's just, this is stupid. I just make something called node functions at some point. But like run function on all nodes in tree. Tree functions. That would be good. Yeah, let's do that. Tree functions it is. Now delete the other file that I had. Tree functions. All right, this one's going to be run function on all descendants. It'd be nice if I spelled this correctly. I knew it. I knew it. All right, so that we pass in a node and then we pass in a function to be run. And how do we pass a function around? As an event, I guess? Or no, as an action, I mean? Yeah. Action function. And that comes from system. This comes from the generic collection, I think. All right, this is going to be node.getChildren. Maybe we set this as like root or something. And then this is just run the function on the node. So the action needs to take in a node. Delete this. Then get all the other children of the particular node. And yeah, nice. Whew. All right. Now we want to call this from wherever I stole this from. I don't know where that is, but if we just search for DQ, we should find it because that's only in one spot. All right, so run. This comes from tree functions. We run this on the children container, and the function that we want to run is going to be this. Okay, not bad. Now we copy this and put it inside of town. In the sound system thing that we had. All right, get tree. And then what we do here is just on added to tree. Now, apparently tree is not a node. It's a scene tree. I think there's a get root. Or just root. Yeah, just root. Or something that inherits a node and call it with tree functions or whatever. You can make it generic over something that inherits node. I see what you're saying. Also, I did this wrong. No, I did this right. Yeah, that's true. One is finding all the nodes and the other is, or finding all the nodes of a particular type, which is what we happen to need in both of these cases. They're pretty similar. Where did that go? I'm not gonna find it now, am I? Here. Yeah, this one having to check for controls. Okay, now let's try this. And now the town menu should have sounds. I would be surprised if it did not work. Nice. Now these don't work. But I never got them to work. But yeah, available buildings. Is there anything else that can pop out here? I guess hiring an adventurer. That will be fine. Quest will be fine. Hints will be fine. What does the hint dialogue look like then? I don't want to go through the tutorial. I gotta stop this. Yeah, these don't work. Oh, nor does that. Oh, because none of this uses the dialoguer. Oh, man. Fine, stupid, sucky hints dialogue. Hints dialogue. It doesn't use the dialoguer. So we need to apply it to each button. And then the buildings menu, or like sub menu. Title screen. This may need some special handling. We'll save that one for the end. Town menu is working. Game menu is not working. Game menu. Oh, God. I don't want to do this. How hard is it to change buttons through scene files? Because maybe that's what we're going to do here. What did it look like? It was making an external resource. And that's it. Oh, we got rid of the tooltip. That was accidental. How do we put that back? Come back. Why is the button not there? Why is the button not there? Oh, there it is. Any other tooltips I deleted? Yes. Several. I thought that would have shown as a change. Maybe I just didn't scroll down far enough. Oh well. Anyway, this won't be too bad then. I think modifying the scene file would be that easy. So we need to do the first one manually so that we get the scene with the right ID. And then all other ones we can do in a, well, still manually, but in a different way. A faster way, a better way. All right, close menu button. So we instantiate a new thing here that is a button with sounds. We call it close menu button. We copy over everything that we had, which is never going to work. All right, anything else that changed here? Is there a way to, oh, there's a way to see this, isn't there? Something in here, I think. Expand non-default. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now this will be pretty obvious to us once we're in the diff view. But yeah, the expand non-default is pretty good. So we changed what exactly? Oh, we first need to collapse all and then, wait, collapse all doesn't even, oh, you can't collapse text, I guess. All right, so we changed the tooltip, we changed the theme, we changed the font size, we changed the texture. Okay, this is not smart. All of these should just inherit all of that stuff. This is already set to inherit. This is set to linear. Yeah, so then this doesn't need anything special on it. We can delete that. Now font, ooh, what happened? Oh yeah, we got rid of the theme. The theme definitely needs to be here. Where's the theme? There. And that's what? Controls? Close button. The close button has its own theme? That seems strange. And the font size isn't set as part of that theme. Do they all get that theme? Huh, they're all called close button. Okay, well that's a very minor code change we should fix at some point. Close button.tres is used for more buttons than just close and should be renamed. Is it used in other menus as well? Oh my God, yes, it is. Oh. Okay, okay, sure. Let's override the font size to be 32, I guess. We need it to look exactly like this one looked. And I think we're almost done. We got the theme, we got the font size, we don't need the texture anymore. We put the tooltip on. That should be that. So now we can delete this one. And then go make all the other changes through here. Game menu. All right, so what do we do? Delete texture filter, but otherwise just set this from type button to instance equals whatever. All right, let's do that. So type equals button. So this goes away. And this gets set here. Yep. And then we just keep making those changes. This goes away. This gets set here. Yeah, let's make it so that we're searching for the quotation mark so I don't have one extra delete to do. Yep. Give feedback. Anything else? That's it. Okay, now we go test it. Make sure to reload this. Everything should look exactly the same, I hope. Is it making sounds? Oh. Oh, I know why it's not working. We pause the game when you're on this menu. So it makes them all once you close the menu. And then it makes it very loud. Oh my God. I don't even know how we fix that. I don't think we do. Because the problem is actually the sound system is paused. So we need to not pause this, which we could do. We could set its process mode to always. This means that sounds never stop playing. So you'd still have music on the main menu, which maybe you want. Yeah. But then, well, yeah, that's it. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Yeah, I don't think it's such a bad thing. Yeah. The only reason, I don't even know if it was intentional, but the only reason I would think it would be intentional would be that the sounds are too loud and you want to go into the settings to fix it. But in that case, you just turn down your volume until you can get to here, right? And then you'd be able to change everything. Isn't the music already somewhere else? Yes. Does that play here? Oh, it already did play there. Well, so what I said is just a bunch of baloney. We fixed it. Okay. By the way, there is a certain, I want to ask people, I want to ask someone if they, let me plug this in. I want to ask what this chord progression makes you think of. And it's only 2 chords. Let me find a soothing enough thing. Okay, so this. Does that make you think of something? Does that make anyone think of something? I think on its own, the answer would probably be no. But I think if I play it with a little more context, it doesn't remind me of Up. Hang on, what is the context? Yeah, that goes. Yeah, that. Okay, that. So to me, that sounds like Spirited Away, and that's like all it puts into my head. But the rest of it doesn't sound like it. And I don't want to be like lifting music from other games or other media. But I also don't want people to be taken out of the game experience. Wait. I already forgot what I was playing. Yeah, that. Anyway, cool. As long as it doesn't really fully remind people of that, then that's probably what we're going to do. Okay, so this part's been fixed. We have all the town menu buttons working. We need the Probably the settings buttons. I don't think the slider should have sounds. Battle map buttons, building submenu. Yeesh. Rewatch Spirited Away. I think listening to the soundtrack is a good idea. Rewatching the movie, if you really enjoyed it, I think is good. But it is a pretty long movie. And I enjoyed it well enough, but I'd probably wait many, many, many more years before watching it again. It's very surreal. Also, I think there's a pretty strong influence on the Breath of the Wild sound design from Spirited Away. God, it just felt like I was watching Breath of the Wild, the movie. Just not in content, just in audio. All right, buildings, battle map, settings. I don't really want to finish all this stuff right now. Like, this is good off-stream content, I think. Can make a sound to confirm the sound level. It can, yeah, and I do like when things do that. In my mind, that's like hyper polish. The problem we have now is that music doesn't actually play all the time. So I guess you can't tell if your music is set lower. That's a lot of sounds. Should probably tone down that confirm sound a little bit. Well, maybe with music it's not too bad. We'll have to see. But I kind of want to call it on the sound effects for now, at least. I also don't really want to leave an incomplete task. But just this is going to take another hour. I think I should not stream tomorrow and do all the boring stuff, or make it very clear that it's going to be a boring stream. RE streaming. Either make it clear that it's going to be a boring stream, or just don't stream. Either way, I'm going to be doing work on the game, mostly coding, so it could be streamed. It's just the last time I streamed work that was this boring, it just felt like no one was there anymore. Even a boring stream is nice to have on in the background. All right, I will copy these sentiments. Yeah, I don't mind putting warning boring stream in the title. Well, in that case, that really does mean I should fix the sound effect stuff now. I should probably get lunch before doing that, but yeah. Sounds. Okay, well, what remains after this? FPS limit in the settings has a tooltip error, sure. Does the dragon beat the witch doctor? Yeah, let's delete that now. We already did that yesterday. After upgrading the portal and sending my party to the new jungle, I don't think I actually started that battle, but I don't know why. This isn't really actionable. I guess it's investigate it, and if it doesn't happen, then we just don't look into it any further. Most of the beginning game stuff is about using the garbage slime. Add this, 2 item displays. Tip about that happens too soon. Still feel like town perks needs to be cut down. All right, yeah. Well, look, this was a beast of a to-do list, and we've gotten it down to a manageable amount. I think when we're done with this today, we'll have gotten rid of some of this stuff, but not the other ones below. Put not boring stream in the title, yeah. Oh, hey, Headhunter. Hang on one sec. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the raid. I don't even know if I knew you streamed. I will have to write a note to check out your stream. Check out Headless Headhunter. What do you stream? And hey, Last Righteous. We have a leftist who would come to the stream, and now a Last Righteous. But screenshots, do you want me to try doing some title edits like we discussed? Or do you just want in-game screenshots again for now? I was torn on this because for whatever reason, this is a very mobile thing to do. If you look at like Google Play Stardew Valley, I already have it open, in fact, and you look at the screenshots for this, they all have those captions. It's not just the picture that speaks for itself. But then you look at Stardew Valley on Steam, and none of that's there. All of the screenshots are just screenshots with no text. So why is it that this is the case? Well, this one has text, but that's coincidental. Um, why don't people do that on Steam? There's screenshots either way, right? And is it because okay, they don't have a trailer on Google Play. I don't know if that's the reason why. But yeah. Corporate recruiter who does resume reviews and job search tips and tricks for free. Oh, that's cool. It's also especially poignant nowadays, I feel, where people are struggling to find jobs a little bit more. Trailer at the top. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so why does this happen? And why should we not do this? Because it does to me, because I've played games on mobile and I play games on Steam. It feels like a very mobile thing to do this. And I guess if we look at other games, we can see what they do. But yeah, how many of them actually put text over their screenshots? And yeah, none here. And if we do see it, is it based on like launch date maybe? Is it a newer thing? Is it an older thing? What else? If we look up like Valheim, Steam, I think it also would depend on the game a little bit. But yeah, here it's just a bunch of pictures. What else should I search for? Factorio, Steam. Yeah, just pictures. I wonder if any game does this. Well, no, I know games do this because Ski had linked one of Wendy's games. And Assess doesn't do it. Yeah, I guess instead of trying to find random games, we could just click the home page and then just click a few of these. Actually, we don't even need to click them. We can just look over here. Yeah. No text, no text, no text, no text. Hmm. Yeah, so I think given this trend, we probably shouldn't have text, but like if this weren't a trend, I would want it to be there. What other indie games can we look up? I mean, we haven't seen it for any of these, right? Halls of Torment, does this have it? Nope. Yeah, weird. Stardew Valley is a very well-known game. It is, yeah. I'm just picking games that have been successful, or at least I was originally. Now I was just clicking things at the end. But I don't always think you should do things based on what other games have done or what. Yeah, I don't think you should try to replicate success the same way every time anyway. So I'm torn on this decision. It is, yeah. I do resume reviews and post them to YouTube for everyone. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Do you censor anything when you do that? I'm sure people know that you're using it for content, but I wonder if they're ever like, well, they could always censor it themselves, I guess. It's not one of the Steam requests. You mean requirements? The screenshot showing you what you see in game, yeah. I don't know either. I couldn't find any that had it other than the one I linked. I think it shows that on any mobile screen size, you'll see some of the description along of the game along with the image. Hmm. Maybe related to the age group. Oh, it has to be in-game screenshots is what you're saying. Oh, interesting. Let me see that. Steam store page screenshot requirement. They sign a waiver and consent form and ask them to censor anything they want shown. Yeah, yeah. I think that's pretty sensible. Well, cool. Yeah, I'll have to check out the stream at some point. There isn't a rule about it. By the way, for anyone who is just dropping in, I know we're focused on game assets a lot right now, but I'm making a game called Skeleseller, and the next publicly playable version of it will be on Friday. So just 2 days from now, it'll be free to play, and it's just to collect feedback. It is not a finished version of the game. There's about an hour of gameplay, maybe two if you play slowly. But the general way the game works is you send adventurers into battle, and I'm going to speed this up. They fight automatically. When they win, you get items, and then you can sell the items in your town and earn money. So I can drag this over here, and customers will eventually come over and buy it, and then I can upgrade my town and everything. Yeah, take care, Headhunter, and thank you. Thanks for the raid and for the kind words. At this point, it might just be because on PC, devs don't want their games to be perceived as ported mobile games. That's what I was thinking too, Lammy. If people have a perception that this is a mobile thing and then they see it on PC, they might be like, oh, this is a lazy port. I'm not going to play this game. So, yeah. But part of the reason I'm torn, again, is because we have the trailer And I think this does a pretty good job at demoing the game. And it does so using this text, because it's not like if I were to play audio that you'd hear this stuff being said. So yeah, this might help. Thank you, Zico. Yeah, let me take a look. Important rules on what can and cannot be included in the capsules. All right, let's look at just the images. Screenshots. Exclusively show the gameplay of your game. This means avoiding using concept art, pre-rendered cinematics, or images showing awards, marketing copy, written descriptions, interesting, and so on. Please show customers what your game is actually like to play. Menu screens should only be included if they're a unique component of your game. Showing in-game UI can be helpful. You must provide at least 5 formatting for best results, high-res, widescreen. Avoiding using any of that. Images that contain awards, marketing copy, or written product descriptions. Please use specific spaces already available on your store page. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess that answers that question. To confirm, can play on Friday to test it all out. Yes, that is true. So here is what I ask of you. 2 things. One, you can do now, if you'd like to, which is wishlist the game on Steam. This is very, very important. There are going to be some upcoming festivals, and the higher we are on the wishlist count, the more visibility we might have. So that you can do now if you want to. The second thing you can only do after you played on Friday, in the game, if you press escape, there is a provide feedback button. This is going to link to a Google form. And this form has some very basic questions at the top, like did you have fun? And did you play a previous version of the game? And then at the bottom, it'll have some a long form question of like, what are your thoughts? And I'm going to say this a bunch of times because this is incredibly important. But if you choose to fill this out, great. If you don't choose to fill it out, I mean, that kind of sucks, but I'd like if you could. If you do fill it out, please make sure to include the why behind what you say. So saying something like this game is fun, or I had trouble playing it, these are good, but then please include why. Like the UI for the whatever was confusing because why ever. And yeah, the game is fun. I don't know, even that, like expand on it if you can. The why is really important because we get a lot of feedback sometimes it doesn't go into the why, and they're just like, oh, this game was too tough. And it's like tough to understand, tough to play, tough to get progress as fast as you want. And you don't need to like dive super deep into philosophy of why you feel a certain way, but just knowing that basic reason is really good so that we can actually attribute it to something. Make sure to fill out the form. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and for whatever reason, the other thing that's been happening is in checkpoint 1, we got like, I don't know, 48 pieces of feedback. And then in checkpoint 2, it went down to, I don't know, 35 or something. And it kind of dropped and dropped to the point where in checkpoint 4, I think we got like 24 responses. I will say this, 24 was still more than enough. So as long as we have at least like 15 responses, I think we're probably good. And ideally it's from all new players. Thank you, Mr. Evil Rex. Yeah. Yeah, Zico, thanks for linking that. I'll give you a point for hunting that down. Let me write this down on my own notes. So add to my notes this. They say that you should only be capturing what's in the game. I'm not sure how doctoring screenshots, if that's good or bad. Like, let's say when it comes to hiring an adventurer, in the game right now, you're only ever presented a maximum of, I think, like, actually, I guess technically you could have, no, I think you have a maximum of like 4 choices. So would it be okay if we doctored it and showed 6 choices? And I don't know, that's questionable. I guess it all depends on what the intent is. If it's to fool players or if it's to show them an idea of what the game's all about. I would never do it to fool players. If the feedback's important for you, why don't you make it stand up a little bit in the menu? For example, make the button color a little bit more. So part of the reason why is because I think there needs to be enough time before we provide the feedback. And there is actually a tip in the game that says like, hey, could you provide feedback at this point? And then tells you how to get to it. So we already have a thing that highlights it. It's just not the menu itself. It's the tip in the game. I mean, in the game is pretty broad. Everyone has screenshots with UI hidden, which isn't a view that exists in most games. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I guess, like I said, as long as it's not misleading people, I don't think it's a problem. Did you read the early access section? Maybe it had different rules. I did not read that, but even if it has different rules, I'd like to do what will eventually be solid for the game. And if you think about it, the game demoing itself with pictures is a perfect example of show, don't tell. And we should just be striving for that anyway. So yeah. You can take a screenshot of the adventurers panel, maybe hiding the health there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And as long as we're showing all the adventurers, I think that could be fine. Hi, TPN. TPN, this is not that kind of stream, although you're still welcome here. Also, you can import your message or content inside along as a credit menu. Yeah. Yeah. All right, TPN, I am going to just purge your messages for a few minutes. You are still welcome to chat here, but we do have a rule about no segmenting. And given your entrance to the stream, I'm going to guess that you may or may not want to play ball. So I think I accidentally clicked the like 236 seconds button, but that's 4 minutes. So in 4 minutes, feel free to chat again. Okay, so I was talking about lunch and then I talked about some other stuff and then I think Headhunter raided and I think I never actually got lunch. So I do want to take a lunch break. I will probably have you all play Animal Royale during that time. And yeah, I think we'll just right where we left off. I should finish the sound stuff and then move on to whatever other easy things we can get done today. Temporarily unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines. Oh, really? Okay, let me just ban them then. Yeah. Their account was just created like, what, 17 or 18 days ago or something anyway. So if they have an older account and if you're still there watching the stream, feel free to come back and chat. Just, I mean, obviously you know what you're doing. I don't think I need to beat around the bush here. All right, let's kick this off. Is it TNT time? Okay, so for those who've never seen this, I'm about to take a lunch break, but I like keeping the stream online when it's going to be a short lunch break, and hopefully it will be today. So you can all connect to a plugin that I made years ago for Minecraft, where you play as a sheep and you shoot TNT at other sheep, and the last sheep standing wins. Oh, you know what I didn't try is building the game again. Hopefully that fall damage thing isn't there, but yeah, I don't think I rebuilt after the last time. Anyway, it won't actually start. Oh, no, nice, it did just start. Cool. All right, well, I'm gonna go take my break. So I'll be back in like 25-ish minutes, maybe. I'm gonna get some lunch. But thanks for watching so far. I hope you have a good time playing the game. It's very confusing. So here are the instructions. See you soon. Hey again, everybody. I am back. I try to make it quick. So we'll spectate this match. So this will be the final one. So join right now if you want to play. And then we'll get back to game dev. What have we got here? That is Quickie Joe. And that's Kevin. And I don't see unknown. Did they drown? Oh, they're there in the air. So they're probably going to drown. Yeah. I think I need to try rebuilding. But you can still shoot. Oh, no, never mind. You died. Okay. Well, anyway, it's just Quickie Joe versus Kevin then. All right. Looks like Kevin's aiming in the right general direction. Neither is shooting far enough. Let's see. Oh, wow. Very close. Also very close. You could each tie if Quickie Joe aims in the right direction, like right now, I think. Ooh, not quite. All right. Well, GG. Close the game. Okay, let me write myself a note to make sure to rebuild tomorrow. Oh, I'm not. I think I'd already done that. In fact, I could just do it now. /build and deploy. It's got to do this stupid thing again. But then that should be it. Anyway, what did I miss in chat? Anything important? I want to play, but I don't want to have to look for my calculator or Animal Royale ballistic tables. Yeah. Yeah. Can I get a refund on my 2 sheep that fell from the sky? One was red and the other was green. Yeah, we'll have a moment of silence for the sheep. Chat, don't talk for the next minute for the red sheep, and then don't talk for the minute after that for the green sheep. Hey, accidental user. Dad dash, oh, we're offline. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. Animal Royale. This is what I did last time, so maybe this just never finished. Or maybe it had an error or something. I don't actually know. Anyway, where we left off before lunch was working on the menus. So the building menu, where does it exist? Here? We have a close button. The close button is added through the scene, but then every other button is added through the code. Yes. So we can just make this a button with sound. Button with sounds equals button with sounds dot create. And then button dot text equals text. Minimum size equals minimum size. All right, so then they all have sounds now, and the close button just needs to have sounds. Close button is in the buildings menu. And we just convert this into a new thing. Button with sounds. Okay, here's how we're going to do this. We're going to go into the scene, available buildings menu, .tscn. And then we're going to find the type equals button here and delete this and set it equal to this same instance. And then delete this. Oh, wait, there's something I did not do. The town menu. We don't need those filters on everything. I only deleted it on one of them, I think. Was it there? No, maybe it was the settings menu. Yeah, it was the settings menu. We don't need these on everything. Texture filter on the buttons. Okay, so settings, in-game menu, .tscn. Texture filter. So for any buttons, we can delete this. Wow, this got super messed up. Feedback, return title, quick game, cool. Hey, Cube Miser. All right, let's try it out. Oh, also, sorry, I just saw this on YouTube, uploading random videos. Unfortunately, you can only play through Twitch chat for that. I don't know if you're even still there. And I know I missed your message by 8 minutes. I do have YouTube chat open. It's farther to the side, and when I came back, I didn't look at it. Okay, so now we grant most things, show all signs. Nice. Cool, yeah, it's working. So buildings done. Battle map. Battle map only has like 3 buttons, so I mean, it should be pretty easy. Battle map, battle panel. Oh, I guess technically you could do it for the routes as well. God, I just don't feel like doing these tasks, but that's the whole point of the bricklaying tenant. Yeah, these should probably have a sound. All right, well, let's start with the buttons. Those are easy to do. There are only 3 of them, so we instantiate in a button with sounds, and then save, and then go into battle panel, and modify the scene. Don't need that open,
Oops.
don't need that open. None of that stuff. Battle map routes and points. Really just the points. I'm just saying that for context. Okay, so now in here we should see this instance. No, not that one. This one. And we need this for the other 3 buttons that we have. So here is one. Here's another one. And here's the last one. And then we just get rid of type equals button. And then the extra button that we added. Nice, that should do it. But that's only the 3 buttons. Now we need the map stuff too. This isn't too bad. This is why we have the bricklaying tenant. Oh no, it got, oh darn it. They look different. Why do they look different? All we did is change their button type. Why would that cause a problem? Why would that cause a problem? Oh, wait, maybe it's because I don't have an adventurer? Oh my God. Okay, yeah, that's why. Is it actually? I don't know what it looked like before. I guess we could just revert this, but here's the new version of this. New version after adding sounds. So what we could do is we could just keep track of this and stash it, or just undo all these changes, I guess. Yeah, let's just copy the whole thing. Copy to here, and then revert, and then open it up over in Godot and relaunch. And now here's what it looks like. It looks the same. Yeah, so I didn't change anything. And it wouldn't have made sense if it had changed something. And now once I unlock the very first adventurer, yeah, it looks the same. Okay, cool. So now we can put that back to what it was. Let's copy it from here just to make certain we did it correctly. Okay, and next up is the battle map routes and points. Let's go take a look at those. Is it visible on the map? It is, yeah. It's this node. We just don't have a tooltip for it. We need to eventually add one. All right, so I think this one's actually the instance map. And we have those routes. And hovering over them shows a tooltip, so we already have an on hover. We'll just search for mouse entered. It's not here. It might be inside the locations. Maybe they're a custom scene. Got to reload this. Create route. Where's create point? On clicked location point. GUI input. This is actually like location point GUI input. We should probably rename this. I'll just write this down somewhere else. And this to location point GUI input. Because you technically haven't clicked yet, and we might change what that function does at some point. How do we do this? Hover, enter. All right, let's search for it in a different way then. Let's see what happens when you do hover over it, and we'll just look for that. It's changing a tooltip visibility, so we should be able to find it pretty easily. Yeah, beat wants to reveal rewards. Here it is. This is the text of the tooltip, so we must set this as soon as you hover over something. Update unlock status. Oh, it's just that we show it. Tooltip. Okay. I'm confused. Oh, you know what might be doing this? It might be that each point has its own, it has the tooltip on parent thing. So the tooltip is actually what's controlling this, possibly. Let's see if that's what's going on. Tooltip on parent. Ah, that is what's going on. Okay, well then I figured that out. So we need a point on whatever this thing is being set with. This. Get control something point. Don't we add these somewhere? Oh no, they're added through the map. Oh. All these exist and I just didn't see them? Oh my god, because they're in a different scene. Oh, I'm so dumb. All right, well, they were what, just circles? We could make them a custom control that has sounds when you hover over them or when you click them. They already have an on-click handler, so I guess we could just add that in there. On-clicked point, yeah. And we probably have the town from here too. Yeah, we do. Click. Okay, so when you click it, it's going to play the button click. That one. And when you hover over it, we need something custom for that. We could actually just add the mouse entered thing over here. Do we ever subtract this event? No, because the points never go away. Okay, so we should just be able to do the same thing. What is this? Control point. You're not hovering over the point though, are you? Mouse entered plus equal button hover. Okay, let's try that. Is the skeleton? Oh, wait. Oh, I already read that. I was reading it this time as is the skeleton visible, not as a skeleton visible. And I was like, that's a funny joke. Unknown's probably giggling over there. All right. Nice. Okay. So we got this working. Now you can click it while it's disabled. Probably shouldn't allow that. That may add the handler multiple times since the tooltip gets updated. That's true. Where do we set the other thing here? On clicked. Setup locations. Okay, that's where we need to do this. Yeah. Let's move this to setup. Man, something is wrong with VS Code. I wonder if I should just quit the whole thing. And the reloading it isn't working the way I expect. Point equals this. It actually should know what I want. It doesn't matter if it knows what I want or not. Yeah, thanks for calling that out, Kevin. Good idea. All right, so then the only other thing we need to know is, have you unlocked this thing yet? And how do we figure that out? Ah, here it is. Is this only ever called from there? Because if so, I think we should, no, it's called from many places. I was gonna say, I think we should move this. But yeah, if you've unlocked it, then play the sound and set it as the selected one. It doesn't really matter if we do that or not. And I guess it's only handled if you did this stuff. But even that doesn't really matter, I think. Do you know if the upcoming checkpoint is the last one until launch? All right, so my take is that I think the game is in a pretty good spot, but I think we lack systems, and I don't think it'd be a good idea to make those systems and not test them. With that said, I don't want to keep having like a checkpoint 7 and a checkpoint 11 and a checkpoint 40. We've got to at some point launch the game. So, yeah, my general thoughts I think that really matter here is we'll know a lot more after the Steam festivals about the demand for the game. And we probably need some new systems. And we'll need to test those. I am concerned, I will say that. Like, I think the game is fun. I think it's going in the right direction. But I think depending on what these new systems are, they've. I'm going to just spew a bunch of thoughts if I don't just say something. So let me say this. Each system has a lifespan for its fun. And maybe it's 2 hours or something. Like battling will probably be interesting still by the end of the game. But let's say we do add crafting. Is that fun for 8 hours? Is it fun for an hour? I don't know. So if we want the game to target like 5 to 10 hours, we probably need to add something like 2 to 4 systems. And that's quite a lot because I haven't even designed any systems. How many checkpoints have there been? Maybe we leave tonight. There have been 4 so far. So this one on Friday will be the 5th one. And there's no easy archival of that stuff. I did start taking vlogs at one point. So if you look at the first episode, let's see what the game looked like back then. All right, so you immediately see the dialogues looked very different. They're transparent, they're in camera space, so if you zoom in on the game, this looks very different. If you zoom in on the game, then they would be zoomed in as well. Even the instance looks different. We don't have the nice border around the UI. The battles, wow. They look so static. Man, the town was changed slightly, but yeah, most of what you can see as a difference here, at least in this. Oh, nice. Yeah, actually, you see customers booking it for items. I forgot we changed their whole behavior tree. Oh, the skill trees. Oh man, yeah, there was a big UI overhaul for the next one. Oh my goodness, so many things. Yeah, yeah, I think the graphic for the skeleton was different too. Anyway, yeah, I'm concerned because we need to come up with more systems, and there's just a lot of work to do there. All right, so now this should only work if you actually have the node. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that one's done. What do we have remaining? Settings buttons, hints dialog, and the title screen. Okay, let's do the settings buttons. What buttons do we even have? Like, it should probably make a sound when you hover over these things, right? Yeah, probably. What if we could just make it an audio button? What is it called? Game settings menu? Yeah. Where's the button? Probably just easier to click it. There it is. Show battle loot is considered a checkbox. We have button with sounds. This checkbox inherits from button, which means we would need to make a checkbox with sounds. Right? I think. Otherwise, it's going to have the wrong look and feel. Wouldn't we also need this? What is this thing? A radio button? Check button? Check button and check box button? Wait. Check button and check box. What if we just gave them the script? Yeah, if we just give them the script that button with audio has, I think it should just work. Yeah, I think it'll work. All right, let's try that. That's certainly easier. In fact, why didn't I think of this before? Why didn't I think of that before? What's the point of this? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I think we can just attach that here. So let's go find button with audio. Or with sounds? With sounds. And then what happened to the menu? Okay, is that enough to fix that? Let's also put one here, I guess. And then just try launching this. What if you could buy stuff for each location that makes them drop more loot in exchange for being harder, or less loot in exchange for one more player? Call it the scout system. So something like this was discussed earlier, and I generally don't like the idea, because I think that adds complexity in a way that isn't necessarily fun. Making an instance harder to get more loot means that you have to balance the difference in difficulty. So let's just, for example, say the easy mode of a dungeon takes you, whatever, 15 seconds and gives you 3 potions. And hard mode takes you, I don't know, 22 seconds, and it has to give you more potions. So let's say 5 potions. And now you have to consider what's your success rate at this. Maybe it's, I don't know, 80%, and maybe up here was 100%. Like, will a player want to figure out which one's actually best to do? Probably not. How do we balance it so that it's not just, oh, well, it's 100% success rate, even in hard mode, and you're just getting more potions? So I'd rather do something like, if you can upgrade a location, that maybe you're just upgrading it, it's not becoming any harder. It's like, oh, forest now grants like +2 potions per run. Like, that could be interesting. And you're choosing where to spend your money. Hey, Jeep, how you doing? That didn't work. I'm not sure why that didn't work, though. Why didn't it? Invalid UID for game version label. I didn't even launch it through here, so I don't know why I'm looking at that. This doesn't help. Thinking of some late game spice up. Yeah, and there's probably something there, but I just don't think it's changing the difficulty of the instances. And I think we are gonna have to plan this at some point. I don't think it's just gonna be some like super inspirational moment right now. Unable to cast object to checkbox. Yeah. Okay, well, there is something we can do here that's really kind of simple. We could save this as like checkbox with sounds. This is really stupid, but now all we do is we just say this is a... Wait, checkbox. Oh wait, we won't be able to do this. What am I talking about? It had to be all the same logic, which I don't want. There's no infinite progression for the adventurers, right? There's a cap. There is technically infinite progression in the form of the quest system. So the way that quests work is they get a little bit better in terms of rewards over time. So if they gave 2 stat points, they might eventually start giving 3. And then at the very end of whatever this is, they're all going to give 1. But it'll just repeat forever at 1. So you could still progress, but at that point you would have gotten, let's say, 40 stat points. So getting 1/40th of the amount you had just gotten is not super impactful. So it's really just a way for you to feel like, all right, you're still making some progress. It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be easy. And it's not going to be worth it. But some people might have fun doing that. So I'll let them do that. Problem maybe those controls now think they're buttons, but encoder trying to access them as checkboxes. I think the problem is going to be that checkbox needs its own script. So it needs to inherit from something that is a checkbox. So yeah, the only way we would be able to do that is like this. Or, yeah, that's it. Because this is a different kind of node in Godot. You can move the logic into interfaces. There are a lot of restrictions with that. We can have a default implementation, but it can't actually store stuff, I'm pretty sure. C# store data in interface. Yeah, they don't have fields. At least they didn't then. Oh, you need to have a backing thing for this still? Can you extend multiple abstract classes in C#? No, you can only extend one class. You can implement multiple interfaces though. We might still be able to accomplish this somehow by making like a button with audio interface. I can't picture how that would work though. I wonder if just giving, okay, here's another thing we could do. We could do something like we did with tooltip on parent. We could add a node, something like add sounds, add button sounds to parent. And then you'd put this underneath a button or a checkbox. And then it would handle adding the things that need to be added. I know people have said pick a language, kind of hard for someone who's going in completely blind. I've got a blog post I wrote on this a while ago, Potty Mouth. Take a look at this. The short story, but I do recommend reading this, is that I don't think it matters what language you start with. Because if you stay with programming, you're probably going to learn more than one. And if you don't stay with programming, then your choice wouldn't have mattered anyway, right? Unless the language is what stopped you from learning it. But I don't think that's what's going to be the case, especially if you're going to start with game programming. So that's why I really don't think it matters what you pick. And just maybe pick an engine that looks cool to you and just start with that. And if you need help steering you, then just pick Godot. It's free, it's open source. You can go download it in the next like 12 seconds if you wanted to. Just click this and you're done. And open it up and tinker around. See how you like it. I'll even link this in the chat. Because I think there's maybe this myth or at least this tendency to try to replicate other people's success and make sure you're on the perfect path right from the get-go. There will be some experimentation. So don't worry if what you do is not totally right or you don't fully understand things yet. As long as you're learning and having fun, I think you're on the right path. And if either of those things stops being true early on, then you have a problem. So if it's that you're not having fun, then find a way to make it fun. And if it's that you're not learning, then maybe seek out different resources. So instead of just like tinkering around, maybe find a class or a teacher or a YouTube tutorial. All right, so this method would work. Is it smart? I think it's actually smarter than what I've done so far. Let's just code it and see if I like it. So we'll say this has like add button, what I call it? I like the name of it. Add button sounds to parent, yeah. Add button sounds to parent. Delete the checkbox thing. So this is going to be just a node. And then this will need the town sound system. We don't have a create here because you'll add it through the scene tree. We'll get the parent, which I don't know if that'll even exist at this point. This is after it's been added to the scene tree. So it should work. And this returns a node, right? Yeah, node. Node parent equals get parent. So it's got to be something that has, oh, here it is. Add button sounds to parent. It's got to be something that has a mouse entered and an on pressed. Where does mouse entered come from? Button, where is it? Skill button base, mouse entered. Comes from control. Okay. So control parent equals get parent as control. And then parent dot mouse entered and parent dot pressed. Pressed only comes from button though, doesn't it? Comes from base button. Okay, fine. So this needs to be a base button parent. And then all the rest of this stuff should just work. Probably should save the parent in here too. Parent equals null. Good. And then here we can check to see if the parent is disabled. All right. There we have it. Now, if this is null, then it should just throw an exception. I wonder how we would do that. Change to cast. Yeah, there, easy. I don't know why I complicated that. Then we add this instead of changing the script. So detach script and detach script. And now instantiate in, I guess it's going to be a node where we just add this thing on. Yeah, return null. Yeah. Is there an as exclamation mark? I'd be kind of surprised. Yeah. That's fine. We'll just use casting. So now we would add in a node. So we have button with sounds. We're going to save this as a add button sounds to parent. And then this just needs to be a node. I guess it could be a control. It doesn't really matter what we make it. I think just node is fine. All right, so now make scene root, delete this, give it the script. Call it add button sounds to parent. And then we go and instantiate it and hope that everything works. All right, we're going to put one there and we're going to put one here. And then we're going to cross our fingers. Then we wait and it worked. Let's try it. Nice. 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 All right, yeah, it's working. This one's a little weird. It makes a sound every time you click it, even if it's already the one that's selected. We could prevent that. It's not really important, I think. All right, so now we would add this all over the place. Kind of made a tune, yeah. Sounds, I don't know if anyone's seen Venture Bros in chat, but it reminds me of their robot that they had that would play these MIDI tracks. Add button sounds to parent. Add button sounds to parent. All right, what else do we have? We have those two check things at the top. We have these 4 buttons. We have VSync. Where's VSync? Here it is. Any other buttons? Show all sound controls, I guess. Show all sound controls. There it is. Does this mean you can revert the menu one? Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to, that's the next thing to figure out. What do we do about that? Because now we have 2 classes that are very, very similar. We have button with sounds and we have add button sounds to parent. Can we make them use the same code? They're very similar. Or is it even worthwhile to do that? I think rather than having to make a button and then add the add button sounds to parent thing beneath it. Actually, that's all we're doing, right? Yeah, so button with sounds could just have a create that just returns a regular button, but before it returns it okay, yeah, let's try that. So before we mess everything up, let's copy paste all of this and save it in my temp folder as just backup.cs. Backup button with sounds. I just don't want to lose that. I don't think we're going to care, but still, I don't want to commit. I don't want to lose it. And now instead of creating a button with sounds, we create a button. In fact, this could just be a static function anywhere. And it's going to just make a new button. Button equals new. and then return the button. And then before we return it, add child this thing, add button sounds to parent, and then instantiate that scene.instantiate, and it is of type this. And I guess we could just put this whole thing inside of this thing. Create button. Button. All right, now why is this white? This implies I should just reload. You know what? I'm quitting VS Code. This is getting out of hand. Something is going wrong here, and it's like laggy and slow and needs to be reloaded constantly. Hopefully this fixes something. Yeah, now it's no longer white. Can I paste quickly again? Yes, thank goodness. Cannot tell you how annoying it is to press paste in a text editor and not have it paste text immediately. It's one of those things you take for granted when it's fast. Okay, can't implicitly convert from a button to a button with sounds. Yeah, because that doesn't exist anymore. How fun. And this doesn't exist there. How extra fun. All right, this is what it should be everywhere that we did this. So button with sounds dot create. Oh, there's only one other call for that. Button equals button sounds dot create. Yeah. Okay, let's try running that. I'm pretty happy with the solution. I think this is good. Let's just use all the different button classes. What are those warnings, by the way? Where do they even show up? Code should not contain multiple blank lines in a row. Oh my God, really? Why wouldn't it auto fix that for me? And then complete the to-do item here. Yeah, we just don't have icons yet for that. All right, let's try it out. This doesn't have a sound. I don't think I want to add one. Maybe I should. The save settings button doesn't have a sound. Oh, we still have button with sound somewhere, right? There's no reason to do that. No reason to do that. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, so method number 1, keep button with sounds and use that class. Method number 2 is ditch button with sounds and just add button sounds to parent everywhere. The only real con here is that it expands the scene tree. I think number 2 is the way to go. Otherwise, we have the same code in multiple places. I don't like that idea. The only other thing I could think of is that we try to make this generic enough that this reuses all the stuff from the other. Like we have a generic, hey, once you already have the control, here are the functions you need. That would work. Is this a task for 328? Dark, when you're asking about tasks, do you mind linking the task in so I don't have to go through this process every time? 328. Consider button templating. Pretty similar, yeah. Yeah. Due to my recent issues trying to add a sound to button clicks, we should probably change all buttons in the game. Yeah, this is pretty similar. Okay, let's just write this down here. Mark this as done. All right. So yeah, method 2 is another way of doing this. And method 3 would be, or I guess like method 1A would be something like use static functions for all of this stuff so that there's no real code duplication. Doesn't really matter. We have to add this anyway for non-traditional buttons. But even for traditional buttons or checkboxes, what would we do? We would just have this stuff inside of a ready. But the only way to get a custom ready function would be to either put that in every script or to add it as a note on the child. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with method 2. Forgot the linking private repos is safe. Yeah, and yeah. Yeah, that's it. I guess if it weren't safe, we wouldn't be able to link it. Okay, let's do that then. So we just instantiate this again, add button sounds to parent. So what is this going to change? Every single place we used button with sounds, which is going to show up in a lot of scene files, every one of those now needs to be changed. It's going to look like there aren't a lot of results, but the reason it's going to look like that is because it's always accessed via an ID. So how many of these IDs show up in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh, 7. It's at the top, yeah. So 7 other than the definition. Then this one has 3 other than the definition, so there's like 10. This is another 3. This is another 8. And this is 1, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Like 25 of these. I can remember my changes. Yeah, except for in one file, I also got rid of an unnecessary texture filter, I think. Anyway, what I'm going to do, I'll probably save that for another commit. Maybe. How many more of these do we have to do? Settings buttons. And the only one we didn't do is the window mode. What is window mode? It's a menu button, which inherits from button. So it should be fine to just do this. Add button sounds. The title screen probably isn't going to work. We need to give it a different sound player. We probably need to create one specifically for the title screen. And we need to change around some code for that. I'm not probably going to do that yet. Yeah. I'm not going to add anything for that. All right. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, what remains? The hints dialogue? Yeah, fine. Let's go do it really fast. Hint shop dialogue. So close button, add in the sounds, and then any buttons that we create through code. We don't create them through code. Is there a hint list or something? Hint purchase entry. Apparently there is a special class. Here it is. Oh, and this has its own button. Okay, we just have to go change it over there then. Hint purchase entry. Done. Will the first worker keep walking in place? I think we could instead just change to a static texture since we have a frame for this. I like the walking in place. It reminds me of some of the older games that existed. I just think it's pretty fast. So I think we'd have to change it. But I like this. And I think it's a little better than having a static frame there too. Yeah. In fact, it doesn't even look too fast. All right, let's try running this. All right, so the hint dialogue, let's go show that. Go back up there. Okay, so we don't have any sounds for this, but maybe it's because they're not unlocked yet. So we need to go unlock it. Oh, we don't have any adventures yet? Just click grab most things. And lose. Don't you think it'd be confusing new players? No, I don't think so. All right, yeah, this is working. Also, I don't think we've ever gotten feedback on that before. All right. So, gotta go ditch button with sounds everywhere. We've gotten it working for the hints dialog. We need the title screen. We'd mark this thing as done. Ditch button with sounds. Yeah, it's not like this does anything special. All right. All right. Button with sounds. I'm only torn on, I think I want this to be in the commit history at least. Yeah. I don't think I'll delete it ahead of time. All right, let's go review everything then. And then I'll delete button with sounds right after this. So we added in a bunch of sounds. Added a bunch of sounds. Then we made it so that most buttons now have hover and click sound effects. I'm not going to split this up too much. And then mention the thing about combining two different methods here and wanting to converge on one later. And by later, I mean I'm doing it right after this. We're not going to wait. We're not going to put this on the backlog. We're just going to do it. I'd rather have this in the history and then see, okay, here's why we got rid of it. This is all looking fine. What is this doing? What is that doing? Why is this deleted? This is the settings menu and it's sounds you hear for buttons and controls in the interface itself. Doesn't that mean I just broke this? It almost certainly does. Yes, they're all broken. I wonder if there used to be a tooltip here or something. But yeah, it's definitely gone. Do we have one? Game settings menu? Yeah, there's a tooltip right there. So any tooltip on parent just needs that thing set. Any other tooltips on parent? Yes, lots of them. Can we set it for all of them at once? We're about to find out. It appears as though you can. And is one of these the FPS limit? Yes. So then we should have just fixed that bug too. Well, wouldn't that be something? Nice. Yeah. Now this is working again. Huh. Yeah. Oh, this is where I wanted bold. Yeah, window mode. I remember this now. Window mode in the settings should have bold text. Yeah, we couldn't do this before. But yeah, windowed, borderless, and full screen being bold, I think will help make them stand out as here are your options because the bullet points are really tiny. We could also make the bullet points larger, but I still think bold text will help there. All right, so let's keep looking through the change. So we found the bug and fixed it, so we can mark that as done. Fix bug with tooltips not showing. Well, that's going to be annoying to fix all this stuff in the future. The near future. The future that did not end up on a backlog. And VS Code stopped me from scrolling. I can't scroll down anymore. It does this every once in a while where it fights me. It's like a little robot hand trying to move my mouse. This looks good. Item sounds, clicking a sign. Oh yeah, made it so that the sounds can now play on the in-game menu. It used to pause the audio player, which wouldn't really matter since the whole game was paused. This is all good. This probably needs a comment. Goes through every descendant of the root and runs the function on it. This is fixing a linting issue. Let's just check that out on its own. Fix a linting issue. Looks good, looks good. Looks good. Don't check that in. Looks good, looks good. Whew, okay. All this stuff is pretty nice. Yeah, what is that class? Party member base? Party member base doesn't need this now, right? Oh my god. There's no pressed on it, I think. Because it's not a button. It's a panel container. Yeah. That's fine. I could probably use a comment. This should be deleted. And that's it. All right, so just add button needs a comment here. And I think we should do something like what we did with tooltip on parent. A tooltip that shows when the parent control is hovered, it requires the destination. All right, so this is going to say adds hover and click sounds to the parent, which has to be a button. Yeah. All right, so we have a few distinct commits here. This should probably be its own commit. Where do we do that? In-game menu. This is where tooltip on parent was set. It's where there are a bunch of like dot, 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 dot. Where is that? Here. This just used to not have a node path. Okay, so we want to check in that one and really any other ones here. This one, this, but just this one line. Oh, I hate it when I have to do this. Because the problem is I don't know which part of this added the new line. Probably the node. So I can probably just check in this stage. Yeah. And then there should be one more. All right. So that's it. That should fix the tooltip issue. Anything else that needed to be there to fix tooltips? I don't think so. Fix broken tooltips in settings menu. The node paths got corrupted somehow, such that they weren't pointing to the tooltip any longer. All right, that one's done. Fix bug with tooltips not showing. Next up, mention the thing about combining two different methods. Sounds completely in the in-game menu. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so add a bunch of sounds. This mostly focuses on adding sounds to buttons. Actually, it really should only focus on adding sounds to buttons. I don't feel like splitting this out though. Yeah. Although it also adds some to NPCs, signs, and items. Yeah, this does not affect the title screen yet. Also, this introduces button with sounds, which I want to delete in favor of add button sounds to parent. Also, sounds can now play on the in-game menu. There was just no reason for them to play there before this because nothing produced sounds while the game was paused. What is going on? What is going on here? Oh, I think my keyboard was rotated. I was pressing a key that I didn't mean to be pressing. All right, there we go. Okay, as I mentioned, very fast follow-up is to go delete the file I don't like. So button with sounds, say goodbye. You can't say goodbye? Too bad, you're gone. And now let's delete the scene as well. Where is it? I can open on my other monitor. Okay, close the millions of folders we have open, close this stuff, and now everything that was using button with sounds needs to be fixed. So we have 5 files we gotta fix. So this can just be deleted. And then just change this to be type equals button. And that way we can open it up directly in the scene thing and fix it there. There's probably an easier way to do that. Button with sounds. I don't want to open this. Close. What? Did I just delete something? No, I don't think so. I just need to open a dialog box now. Where is that? That would be cool to show up in the game. There. We have fixed 1 out of 5 of them. Let's keep going. We have a task at the fortress, yeah. Yeah, we just haven't added it. In-game menu. Failed to load. Fine. I'll fix it here. It was easy enough to do. I don't think this task is going to take too long. We gotta copy this. Yeah, just delete all of these things. Oh, we can't do that though, because we need to add in type equals button, all of the ones that have it. We need to know that they should have it. So there. All right, that should make it faster. Then here. Wait, open Steam page is a button? Yes, it's wishlist the game on Steam. Okay. Good, good, and one more. There. Okay, now we can delete all of these. Oh, and that should work. In-game menu should now load. In-game menu. Yay. Now we just need to add in this everywhere. Add button. Is there a shortcut for this? Shift Command A. Oh, that's not bad. Cool. We'll test all this out in a bit. So now we are done with 2 out of 5. Let's go to battle panel and fix that one. Battle panel, TSCN. All right, button with sounds right there. Type equals button. Why is this modifying multiple things? What just happened there? We only have 3 of these. And it actually should be easy to just modify them all at once, right? Yeah, nice. This isn't bad. And then just delete all this. That was even easier. And this one is called what? Battle panel? Let's go open that up. And then we need to make all these buttons have the same thing. Add button. Add button. Add button. Cool. 3 out of 5 done. On to 4 out of 5. Town menu. Button with sounds. Oh, I have this thing selected. This will almost be done. Don't worry, everybody. It's not going to take too much longer. There. Wonder if you can instantiate these on many things at once. Let's try that out. What if I do this? No, you can't. Well, that's too bad. Any others? There we go. You know what I was thinking about? What if there were a button with sounds scene that was just this small scene tree here? So it doesn't even have a custom script. It just happens to encapsulate these. That might make sense. That way this is only one node in the scene. I might try that once. Maybe try a button with sounds scene that is... Did it just start 2 ad breaks in a row? I could have sworn this thing was already showing just before this. And now it says there's another 3 minutes of ads. I don't know what's going on there. And my stream's been up for like 5 hours, so it's not like it just hit an hour boundary or something like that from a new stream. That is just a button with the ad sounds child. You have no ads at all? Problem is I can't ask people if they have ads unless I type it. We're making some money. You know, for whatever reason, there is a like standout day in terms of ads that happened somewhat recently. And I don't know why, because I don't think there were raids or anything on that day. Oh, maybe it just finally caught up. Let's take a look at this revenue here. It says $15 in ads and then $10 in ads. Normally, I make like $3. You can't even buy a lunch with that. But 15, now we're in lunch money territory. Yeah, I don't know why this is happening all of a sudden. And even on Saturday, I didn't even stream on Saturday, and I got $3.74 somehow. So I don't know what's going on there. I mean, it's nice. It's just free money. I'm not complaining, but why did it happen? It can't be someone watching VODs though. That's like triple the amount of live revenue that I would get going from $5 to 15. So if I get like 2,000 views on a regular video, that would mean that 4,000 people would have had to watch VODs, which I guess it's possible. I just don't think it's likely. And I didn't show this, but we could just take a look at the view counts here. Yeah, none of them are like shockingly high. Huh. What is that? Muted audio? What? I hope that's not because of Minecraft. Is it muted the whole way through? No, it's just the tiny bit of Minecraft time. That's fine. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think the other day we were at like 160 to 200 viewers. I looked at the stream summary. There's a thing here. Where is it? Why can't I find this? Oh, because I'm on the wrong page. If I go to my dashboard, there's a stream summary thing, and this shows that none of these had like a crazy amount of different viewership, I guess. Like the Friday that had a lot of revenue, I think was this day. Or maybe it was the one before that. Anyway, average viewership was pretty much the same. So I don't know. I don't know what caused that. Maybe there, I don't know. I was say maybe there's some like event that advertisers are paying more for. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Anyway, we added this, I think, to everything in the town menu, and that's when I got sidetracked a little bit by saying I should just make a scene out of this stuff. But I think we're done with that, and then we only have the available buildings menu next. And all we have is a close button here. Sure. Type equals button. Good. And available buildings. Close gets this. All right, now we run the game and sound should still be everywhere that they were. And we changed all of these scenes. Honestly, I don't really think it changed it in a meaningful way. I think having a button with sound scene is still a good idea. It's working for all of those. What else did we change? Dialog box. Let's get a dialog to open. Yeah, sounds good. Then in-game menu and battle panel. So in-game menu is this. Yep. And then battle panel is this. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Delete button with sounds. I didn't like that the script had duplicated code. All right, and then the thing I wanted to test, which I know sounds pretty silly here, but bear with me for a second, is I want to try making the class I just deleted, so a button with sounds, and it is going to be a button with that node right underneath it. And we call this a button with sounds. And that way the button doesn't have the script, this node does. So now anything that wants to use this would just instantiate that button with sounds. And then this can just be called the close button. And we give it a thing here. Access as unique. And then anything that changed, let's look at that. It had a custom minimum size. So sure, give it that. One of those things I should have just done through code and did not. What are you going to do at this point? I guess just go change it through code. So fine. Available buildings menu. So we now have that scene in. And close button should just use the scene. Instance. All right, so what does this result in exactly? That this doesn't need to exist here anymore? Which means that resource isn't needed, 3_q. Yeah. All right, this does end up deleting a couple of lines from here. It makes the scene look a little bit nicer as well. Yeah, I think this is a good change, and it should still work, although I haven't tried it. Because I like this. I think this is an elegant combination of the solutions. That way we get all the pros and none of the cons. Yep, it's working. Yeah, we should probably do that everywhere. All right, well, I will... I don't want to do that now because I just deleted it all. I'll save it for later. Should I stash this? Yeah, I should stash this. You can stash with a name, right? Git stash dash dash help. Whoops. I think it's possible. I just don't know where you do this. Git stash with message. Git stash dash push dash m. There it is. And then there is a git stash list and then pop. All right, so we're going to push this as button with sounds. Now git stash list should show it. It does, and I shouldn't have any changes. I do, because I guess of this. Or whatever, let's just save this somewhere else then. Actually, there's really no point at this, if that's all it's going to do. Yeah. I'll just put the file somewhere else on my hard drive and it'll be fine. All right, so in temp, we'll just save a button with sounds. Available buildings menu, and then this thing. Sound save. I think I just accidentally made a change to that file. I don't know. I'll figure this out later. Okay, so ditch button with sounds. Yeah. I like the idea of a button with sounds scene that is just a button with the add sounds child. I stashed this in temp / button with sounds. And then we'll revert both of these for now. Discard and push and mark this issue done. So yeah. I just did this as part of that commit. Yeah. All right, yeah, title screen doesn't have him yet, but we're moving on from this for now. I will put this on tomorrow's list. I'll probably just stream in the morning tomorrow. I'm not done for today, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to stream the whole day tomorrow. All right, next up, window mode in the settings should have bold text. Yeah, this is at least super easy to do. Let's just search for any of that text. Will set the game. Yeah, will set the game. All right, we do one of these and one of these. Will show the game in a maximize window. So the game in full screen would allow your mouse to move to other monitors, and macOS will let you access the dock while in the game. We'll set the game to exclusive full screen. So the mouse will stay within the window. Yeah, that sounds fine. All right, let's run it. That's it, by the way. That was a whole change. And I happened to change one word just for kind of smoother English there, but oh, that's so much better. We have bold text now. Bold the Windows settings. FPS limit has a tooltip error. We already fixed that. After upgrading the portal and sending my party to the new jungle, I don't think they actually started that battle. It's there. So I was in this state. These sounds are going to drive me nuts. I opened this game way too much for that. I started a battle and then it looked like they didn't actually fight in there. I don't know. I'll just have to keep an eye on that. Seems like something not worth investigating right now. Most of the beginning of game stuff is about using the garbage slime. It's almost to the point where the shops don't matter at all and they're just storage for you to be able to use the slime. Yeah, this is my experience as an experienced player. I watched my friend play over the weekend and she didn't have this problem. In fact, she didn't use the garbage slime a whole lot. But then the friend before that friend did use the garbage slime a lot. I don't really think it's a problem either way. Well, button with sounds. Would you do another scene for checkbox and check button? I might. I think the scenes are pretty lightweight. Oh, I don't have it anymore. But yeah, the scenes were pretty lightweight and they do free up a node here. I think it just makes it a little easier to see. You don't have to copy paste two things if you're copy pasting a button. If you ever do want a custom script on the button, you just put it on the button because the node that's beneath it is handling it. So yeah, I probably would. I should probably write that down too. Probably make a checkbox with sounds and a some other thing. I forgot what it's called. And the other button class too. Make a folder for buttons with sounds. Yeah, I like the idea. All right, where do we leave off? Yeah, just ignore that. So just like the arrow pointing to battle map, we may want one pointing down at start battle during the tutorial. Okay, where do we do that? Didn't I make some like custom notification for this? Battle map. I have no idea. I don't know where I put this. And yeah, sorry for missing your message originally. I don't even remember what it says. I think it says something like click battle map. Battle map. Start a battle. I don't remember. Is everything on the to-do list something you could do at this very moment if you choose to? Like, doesn't rely on doing something else first? No, there are probably some dependencies between them. And then some things that are in the GitHub issues can't be done just yet. For example, one of the things I wanted to do, there's something called igdb.com, which is like IMDb, and you can add a new game through here. And I started doing this process yesterday and I filled this stuff out, but then you need a picture and I don't have a picture of the right dimensions. So I want to add this eventually. This is what allows games to be on Twitch. So if you search for Twitch Botland, there is a game that I have on Twitch already with 312 followers. Oh, hey, view on IGTV. Neato. Added to one list. What? I'm guessing that means other people added it to a list? Huh. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so we open up the game again, and I just need to hire an adventurer, and it'll pop up that dialogue. Now that you have an adventurer, send them to battle. This is just a label with an arrow next to it. That seems very easy. Guildmaster Battle Nudge. Yeah, so we could just make another one of these things that says click the start battle button here. Where does this nudge show up? Guildmaster Battle Nudge. Here. Add it to the UI layer. Then we tween it. The tween could be inside the scene. We could say that it tweens up or down. It doesn't show on top of the game menu. We need to add this to the battle panel though. And only when you open the battle panel, which is here. Okay, sure, whatever, let's do it. So I gotta save this as start battle nudge. Names leave something to be desired here. So this one would say something like, oh, I didn't even close the center tag on the last one. Is that like a BB code sin? BB code, what happens if you don't close a tag? I think your computer just deletes itself. Text will not be formatted as intended. I mean, it seems like it's working fine, but why not just make sure it's correct? So close that. Guildmaster Battle Nudge, just give this the right text. There. Now copy this over to Start Battle Nudge and then change the text. Click Start Battle here. Maybe it should just be an arrow pointing at Start Battle. I think having that's fine. Okay, now we got to rotate this. The big question is that where there would be a shadow? Or would we have flipped this? How do we flip it? There. No, not like that. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I don't know if one of these looks better to artists out there, but they look pretty much the same to me. So I think we're gonna go with this because if there are drop shadows, I guess they're usually on the bottom and the right. So that would mean that the light source is coming from the left. So this would be consistent. That's my logic. Maybe an arrow in between the buttons modulate. Yeah, that could work too. I like this. I think this is good. I want to at least see how this feels. Okay, so now we got to move this stuff. This goes like there. This goes there. Something like that. And I want this to be saved inside of a script somewhere. Ooh. Move child. We should just have like a create this thing and then not worry about any other part of this. How do we change the visibility of this? Because we save off the nudge. Yeah. This would be much cleaner if we did it that way. All right, let's do that then. So we got to attach a script. Where do we put this? Probably inside of NPCs somewhere. Do we have an NPCs folder? Town, Enchanter. We could put it in Guildmaster. Where is the Guildmaster script? Scene scripts. I don't see an NPCs folder here, so I'll just make one. Yeah. Okay, let's throw it into there. Copy path name. And scenes slash. We don't need game, right? I don't think so. Guildmaster battle nudge. Hooray. Game source, scene scripts, NPCs. All right, so I want pretty much everything that was in here. Where did it go? Here it is. And it can just create itself, even right through here. Yeah, I think we just delete the whole thing. And say nudge equals guildmaster battle nudge dot create. All right. Public static guildmaster battle nudge create. Puts all of that code in there. We import this. I did not mean to do that. Why isn't it detecting this? Range. That's usually on top. Okay, then return the nudge. Replace all those. So this gets added directly to the town. We could have it pass in the parent here, but I don't really think that's necessary. I think this thing should only be concerned with creating the thing, and something else should be concerned with showing it. Other than the fade in. The fade in could happen here too. Although it won't exist in the scene tree yet. So I guess let's move this. Cannot implicitly convert type control to that. Sure. All right, so now we do this. And that should look exactly the same as what we had. Now this new one can do something very similar. Start battle nudge gets saved in the same general location. Source, scene script, NPCs. Same concept here. Yeah. Place all those things. This was in scenes town. I think it's there. Show in file system. It is inside. Yeah, it's there. Oh, look at that. It's getting clipped because of the new font. And this was getting clipped too, but I just never. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. I think it's getting clipped. It's very easy to fix by doing the other thing, not that one, this one. Yeah, it was getting clipped. Means this one is too. Wrong one. What am I doing? Here it is. This isn't centered, so this looks really weird. I'm gonna do something like this and then move this probably. Okay, so the start battle nudge is going to be a little bit different in that we're going to tween it from its Y position. So instead of X plus 50, it's going to be Y plus 50. And that's it. And then we instantiate one of these. and we don't show it until you're on that menu. So this is the main nudge. And then we have like a map nudge. You only fade in the main one. You don't even show the map one yet. We don't even add it here. We add it to the battle panel, I guess. And then let's not move it. I don't know yet. Yeah, that might work. That might just do everything that we need. Let's try that. Does anything ever free this stuff? Yes, right there. We need to free this too then. This starts as null. So same deal. Gonna wait for this to take the focus from me. Yeah, AI should just be able to do this anyway. It didn't. Set it to null. Set it to null AI. Why can't you do this for me? All right, let's try it out. Higher, we click this. The first nudge pops up. Second nudge should show up over here. It'll be in some random spot. I don't see it at all. For all we know, it is showing, and it's just not obvious where it is because nothing needs to set the visibility of this thing. Where would it be though? It should be added to the battle panel. Is the battle panel a V-box container or something? It's not, it's just a control. Maybe this is anchored. It's anchored at the top left. Well, there are a lot of different ways we could do this, but I think the best way to do it is probably to just add it as a child of the exact button that we want. That way we don't have any weird positioning problems. What would it mean if we did that? It would mean that this is clickable, but don't we turn off clicks on this? Yes. So then that shouldn't be a problem. We would just add it to this button right here, which means we just need a way of getting that button. For now, let's just trick it. I'm gonna fix this before we commit, but for now we're just gonna make this public. And that way I could add this directly to this thing. Where is it? Here it is, town.battlepanel.start button. It's still gonna look wrong. Anchor to top center and add bottom offset, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or anchor to bottoms. Yeah, top center. Well, we could add a. Anyway, yeah. So I'll be fine. Let's stop talking. Okay, cool. So it is showing up and it's in green, which is funny because the button is modulating more than just itself. But actually, I really like how that looks. The green arrow, I mean. But we're not going to keep that. And it is animating in the wrong direction, which means I copied the wrong script. Start battle nudge has this. Wait, what? This isn't the wrong script. Why isn't this working? Strange. Does it say the right thing? No, it says the wrong thing. Oh, I copied the wrong thing over here then. This should just be start battle nudge. Yeah, wrong nudge. Yeah. Then the modulate button on battle panel. So we got to go fix that. This should be modulate self on at least the start button. Modulates. Why is it not filling in self modulate? That's why. And then it was clearly in the wrong position. It was located like right there. So how do we fix that? We position this at the bottom center. And then say custom and do something. I don't know. Let's just try this. See what happens. I don't think we can change this on the fly because of the tween. should probably skip through all this stuff too. It just move to the left when this thing opened. I think it did, although I don't know how. Huh. How would that have happened? Maybe because there was no position when this thing first opened? This is the wrong nudge anyway, it's this. I'm not totally sure, but I think this needs to be in ready for this. And then we just delete the tween afterward, maybe. I'll worry about that part next. How far off is this? So it's being positioned such that its bottom center is pointing to the button's top left. Because the button is anchored to the top left, presumably. No, it's inside a VBox container, but the VBox container probably goes up to something that it doesn't matter. I think we might need to throw this inside of a control for this to work. Yeah, I think we need to do that. So we make this the scene root. We give this thing bottom center. Whoops. Bottom center on that. And then the nudge itself. It's not going to work, is it? What am I doing? I don't know. I want this to be in the center of the button. Maybe I'm right about this. I'm not sure. I think control top center, nudge bottom center. Trying to think of how the control would get to where it needs to be. Let's try this with just both set to bottom center. You might be right, Kevin. I'm not sure. I should at the very least cut out that 1 second delay at the beginning. I don't even see where this thing went now. It's probably because it's like way off in the middle of nowhere, like beneath the screen or something like that. So yeah, maybe this is supposed to be top center. I'm guessing that's not going to just fix anything over here. No. Well, also, this didn't disappear. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Unable to cast control to start battle nudge. Because... No, that doesn't make sense. Why? Huh. I don't understand. Arrow is a node 2D inside of control. That's going to be a problem. It worked for the other one, so I think it will actually be fine for this. But yeah, I'll need to try different positions, different window sizes. I don't know what's going wrong with that. Because I don't see anything wrong. Oh man, I don't know. Let's just restart this. It's probably gonna have that same error. Let's also get rid of that. What does this say? I've got the land. This happens only after a second, I want to say. Yes, wait time is set to 2. We're going to set wait time to 0. Actually, we're not even going to set it to 0. We're just going to transition immediately. There, so that timer is for nothing now. I guess we could make a texture rectangle out of that arrow and not use a node. Still running into an issue here. Where's this coming from? Start battle nudge. Line 10. I don't get the problem here. Because this is a... I don't get the problem. Unless I have the wrong script or something, which still I... Oh yeah, I do. Because now this needs to be on the parent. Okay. Yeah, the wrong thing as a script now. Yeah. I definitely just messed that up. All right, I'm pretty sure there's still an issue and that's not fading in. Start battle nudge is still having an issue here. Did I forget to save? No. Oh, this is no longer a panel container, it's just a control. Yeah. Yep. I'm one step behind what Kevin is saying. Have you iterated enough on the arrow text box thing? I think it'd be better if the arrow was the only thing that moved and it was a bit faster. I haven't. I only tested this with one person so far and they noticed the arrow immediately. So I was just like, oh, okay, mission accomplished. But yeah, I think if I watch more people play and they have a hard time seeing this or they don't immediately click this, then yeah, I probably want to do something about it. All right, this is still pointing to the wrong thing. Oh, you know what we have to do? We have to make the control take up the full size of the parent. So now it's going to basically be the button. And then we move the start battle nudge to be at the top center of that and then offset. I think that'll do it. This is going to be down a little bit, but it'll be easy to fix. Hey, Generic B, and thank you. Yeah, welcome to the stream. What do you stream? I am still working my way through the software and game development category ever since starting up again, streaming. And nice, yeah, okay, so this is working exactly how I thought it would. And we just need to offset this now by the amount of the arrow, but I think this will be fine. And the amount we want to offset it is done via this. And now we just need it, whoop, not that. Whoops. Can you make this negative? You can, but then I also need to make this negative. So negative 0.2. Yeah, that works. And then in fact, that's probably perfect. Let's try that out. I was just typing that. Another thing you can do is add an extra control between the root and the panel. Yeah, I think this would be okay. This is another one of those things where I just think we're probably never going to touch this again after it works. Did I seriously not get this working? But why? It didn't move at all, right? Let's keep track of where it is at its very top, which is here now. And if I set this to negative 0.4, I'm not sure this is having the impact I want. Maybe I want to swear like 3 sailors. I think there are some gotchas for sure, but I think that once you've gotten used to them enough, it's like, okay, that's the problem I'm having. Here's the way I solve it. I do try to make all of my notes public, and I've got something for Godot UI, and I'll link this in chat if anyone wants to get to it quickly. But I try to have troubleshooting sections at the bottom where it's like, oh, hey, I've had blurry text in the past. How do I fix this? Or glitch text or something. Really, this whole note is kind of just a troubleshooting note, though. That's why that section isn't very large. And I've probably written a whole bunch of stuff about controls here. It's not very searchable or findable, but when I know that I've hit a problem before, I usually come check one of these notes. And it usually helps. Okay, this is not impacting this at all. Or if it is, it's impacting it very little, such that I should be using something else for this. I think what we're doing is we're moving this by the controls size, if anything. And the control isn't actually moving. No, that doesn't make sense. Root control with full rectangle, middle control with top center, panel with bottom center. I should just work. Okay, sure. Let's try it. Middle control. So top center. And then the panel underneath that with bottom center. Sure, let's try it. I sure would be glad if we didn't have to do this anymore. I think this is working and it's just moving in the wrong direction now. And that we still need this thing to be higher up. I guess we could just reposition it based on number of pixels. So it points to there. And then instead of doing plus 50 and minus 50, we change it. The start battle nudge. So this should probably be minus 50. Yeah. And then please tell me I'm done with this, that I'm free from this prison. Yeah, it's better. It's not totally correct yet. Why isn't it totally correct yet, though? Am I moving the wrong thing? This is on the nudge. Yeah, maybe it should only be on the panel container underneath this thing. Oh, wait a second. No, oh, I see. I'm pointing, what, by just like the arrowhead's height off? Yes, that's it. Okay, so this just needs to point at the top of this. I don't know what that green thing is. Where is this? It's this, I think. No, it's not even that. It's, oh, I think I see. There's a bounding box for this entire thing. It must be, no, I don't know. It must be the anchor offset or something. Anchor points for the container, yeah. Well, I'll try it again. The middle control shouldn't have a size. That's true. Although that also shouldn't really matter. I can delete it. Oh, good, it moved everything. But yeah, I think that was the problem. Oh, man. All right, what was this set to? Bottom, middle, top, middle. This one was set to bottom, middle, or full rectangle. And this one was set to, well, it was set to here, and then I moved it manually. We just move it manually again. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get it. I'm actually really happy with the progress today. I think we've had a solid string of days working on this. Yeah, so this is exactly what I want, except for the very beginning. When you first open this, it should be moving downward so that it points at the button, not moving away from it. The only way to do that would be to start the tween once we toggle the visibility of the start battle container. Yeah, but this is pretty nice. So how about we make it a custom nudge and do exactly that, now that we at least know that this is working. So waiting for first battle, this is the map nudge. It's going to actually be a start battle nudge, and we're only going to start the tween as soon as you show this thing. Start tween. Then we make the start tween function over here. Public. Do this. Make sure we only do this if we haven't already started the tween. Private tween. Tween. Okay. This. Just wanted to do that to make that easier. And then only do this if it's not already null. So if tween is not null, then just return. Then this is on the create thing. Nudge turns into this everywhere. And we can delete this. All right, let's try that out. Oh yeah, we don't need this. This isn't Java. I just changed it everywhere without actually applying any thought. I think the node 2D is not accounted for with the anchoring, so that's why I had to manually move it up. If you had a VBox with a texture rect, I think it'd do it by itself. Don't think it's worth it. It's fine as is. Yeah, I think if we make a generic like point at the UI kind of thing, then we'd want to change that. Okay, so now it's going backwards by default. So we wanted to start 50 pixels higher. So let's just set the position higher, I guess. Position equals new vector 2. Or actually, we could just do this. Plus equal vector 2 dot up times 50. And what are these floats? Distance equals 50. Distance And then since we're starting by 50, we're going to set it to plus distance. Yeah, I think we're good there. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You know, you spend 90% working on your actual game. Nice, this is working exactly how I want. And it shouldn't matter how long I take getting there. So if I were to, let's say, not have seen this notification, I wait like about that long and then start this, it's still going to point downward by default. That is exactly what I want. Anyway, what I was saying is you spend about 90% making your game, and then the last 90% is all the polish and release and market and the polishing, it just feels like you're trudging through mud. It's like, how long do we just spend getting an arrow to point at this button? And even if we had a component, even if it took 3 minutes and not whatever it took 15 or 20, that's still a long time for the amount of payoff you get from this. It's a little weird. You can hover over these things in the tutorial, but I don't think it's a big problem. Oh, something's wrong here. I know what's wrong. These controls are absorbing mouse clicks now. Ignore. It's not even that good of an arrow. Don't say that. That's Windybeard's arrow. That's his one contribution to the game. I like the arrow graphic. Oh, interesting. You should not be able to press M to open this dialogue or else it doesn't fill in your party. But if you click battle map, it does. Very interesting. Why is that the case? Town menu, battle map. Here it is. When you press this, it says press battle map button, which says make next battle use fresh instance slot, and then calls show. How is it different from pressing M? What does even happen? UI toggle battle panel? Oh, interesting. Has this still, and then visible in tree hide other UIs. It doesn't call show. It uses visible, and it does it in the wrong order. That's why. So if we just switch the order, I think it should work. Because this is going to trigger the visibility change signal, which is going to do whatever it is I do that makes it work. Eloquence. Yeah, nice. Now it's working. No one will ever probably press M there because they won't even know that it exists. But maybe in the future we make this say parenthesis M parenthesis or something, and then you do know it exists, and I don't want to have to fix this then. This is looking great though. Yeah. Okay, so once you're done with this and you click start battle, yay. Breathe in, breathe out. All right, so was that it? That was the task I had? Just like the arrow pointing to battle map, we want pointing at start battle. Yeah, that's it. All right, let's go look at everything. We also fixed the clip contents thing, which is a nice little bonus, but certainly not that important given that I didn't even notice it before. Oh yeah, this is the only issue here. We added this to this start button, but the start button shouldn't be public. All right, we got to go fix that. So there are two ways we can do this. We can either make a public function that gets the start button, or we could pass in a control to be added to the battle panel and it can figure it out. And I think it's better for the battle panel to figure it out. So I think I'm gonna go that route. And we're gonna make a public void add nudge to start button. And as far as it's concerned, it's just control and it's just gonna be start button.add child. And then we can make this be private. Whoops, cycled one too many times. Then search for start button, which should never be used anywhere else except for that one spot. Good. And then call that function. And there we go. We don't need that. Everything else fine here? Yeah, this can go up here. Yeah, okay. Let's run it again, just make sure. Oh, yeah. Like I said, it's been good days. I don't mean to complain. I know I'm complaining a little bit. Oh, we can't test it unless I'm in the tutorial. We have no way of going to the tutorial yet. That's a bug. What's going on there? What? Oh, right. I had a wait time equals 2 that I deleted. Yeah. Very nice way to teach a player the UI. You know, I think I think there are ways that hand holding can be bad. I play some mobile games once in a while, and it's like, hey, here's the thing, and they just like zoom in on one button and they're like, click this exact button and nothing else, and don't look at the rest of the UI. And hey, this is a purchase, but it's for the tutorial. There's no way for you to ignore it. Like, that's a little too hand holdy, I think. This is one of those things where it's like, look, this is a UI that at the very first time you enter it, you have nothing you're supposed to do except click the start battle button. And if you click this, for example, and it says you need at least one adventurer, you might get confused. I think it's just better to wait until you know what you're doing. And until then, just kind of steer you in the right direction. All right. We should check in some of these things on their own. This is just fix an unclosed BB code tag. What is the stylization of BB code? It's capital B, capital B. Yeah, they capitalize the first 3 letters. All right, fix an unclosed BB code tag. That's all we did there. Next. I think all of this is now one commit. That's not needed. Yeah. Main nudge is null. What does this do? Oh, because this is going to get called no matter what, right? Hey, Wendy, how you doing? When are we adding nudge mode, where each button you hover over gets a nudge arrow pointing at it? And then I code it wrong 3 times? I guess for now we decided no text. Yeah, Zico linked something earlier in chat, and I'll share the link here. This makes it pretty clear that you're apparently only supposed to have your game picture. It says here, screenshots should exclusively show gameplay of your game. This means avoiding a whole bunch of stuff, including written descriptions. So it's like, yeah, okay, fine. I won't do that. How the devil are you, old bean? Windy, how very British of you. I'm doing well. It's been a good day. I'll see if I can show some of these changes that I've made, but let me finish this up first. This should not show as an error, right? .NET format. I'll do that in a bit, actually. Is there a... Oh, hey, Caleb. Caleb coding with Carlos was in chat the other day, and I said, thanks, Caleb. Carlos. Thanks for the resub. Hey, Alexis. Still try to get some of the feedback in the new screenshots. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. Our using directive is unnecessary. That's in button with custom children. Why is this just showing up now? And where even is it? Oh, it already deleted it. It's just showing up now because I changed a function here and it used to have to do something on its own, maybe a Godot call or something. Whereas button with custom children here, and it was collections generic because we used to have to, well, it was a while ago. All right, fix linting error. That is here, commit. It's still highlighting this yellow. I don't think it should be, and I think if I reloaded VS Code, it wouldn't have a problem with it. Exclusive species color combined with 98% of your name being the same. This is like if you accidentally called an identical twin by the wrong name, and they're like, well, excuse me. Totally natural problem to have. All right, good. Add nudge to the battle map. During the tutorial, the first time you land on the battle map, it will now nudge you toward clicking start battle. Cool. Coding with Kevin. I would just call you all the same name. You all become coding to me. All right, so let me show this new thing that we did, along with possibly some other changes. I'll push this. We'll take a look at here and see what we did today so that I can correctly call out all the things we have. We added bold text, we added sounds to buttons. What is this? Improve skill tables. Oh yeah, we slightly improved the stylization of skill tables. And that's practically it. That's like all I did. Then Kevin also made it so you could highlight the portal, and Quickie Joe added the bold font to begin with. But yeah, if I turn on the sound here. All right, so listen to this. We got sound effects on buttons. And now, we already had this, but when you open up this screen, we now have this one as well. And that's it. That's like a day's worth of changes. What will you do for Steam wishlists? I mean, how will I get more of them? I'm not sure if you saw this, but there are a couple of upcoming festivals, and I think those will help. And other than that, I'm just asking for wishlists. Pretty unashamedly. But we are up to... Where are we up to? I wrote it down somewhere. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just find it again. Oh, here it is. Yeah, we were up to 462 wish lists. And that's up a total of 60 in the last week, which is good, but that's not saying a whole lot because I made the trailer 1 week ago, and I think the trailer gave it a pretty good bump. I think the outlines look much better now. Oh, cool. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, there are probably like wish list services out there. I would not use something like that. I wouldn't mind using a marketing service that's gonna, do scrupulous things. Notice the sign. The vault is clipping the crystal. Oh, you have an image. Okay, good. I was gonna say I'm trying to. Oh, wow. I have never actually like built out the vault to be able to see that. Wow, yeah. Good call, Ski. All right, we got to fix that bug. It should just be an ordering issue. Fix this bug. All right, this one's done. Yeah, I just changed the building order. Yeah. Funny though. What was I just doing beyond that? I mentioned wish lists. Then I said something about, I don't remember. Oh, the pandering? Oh, I don't know. Nothing really. Okay, so we add these in whatever order the user built them in. Maybe that's why I never saw it. Because if we start a new game and click show all signs, so we build the vault first, then the enchanter's den should actually look correct. I don't have enough money. Yes, that's it. So we need to make sure that this shows up after the vault. And I think the only way we can really do that is, well, we could actually just use the ordering thing, but that might mess other things up. We could just call move child whenever we create the enchanter. Add child here, yeah. Make sure the enchanter shows on top of the vault. Otherwise, the rear spell crystal will be covered. I'll say the uppermost one. Okay. So how do we do that? We need to find the index of the vault. Index of vault equals get child index vault. Is get child index a thing? Doesn't contain a definition for it. Get child, get index. Get index exists. Returns this node's order among its siblings. Oh, that's super easy. We can just do vault.getIndex then, huh? What is the problem here? Cannot implicitly convert int question mark to int. Oh yeah, sure. I guess we'll just do it this way. Fixed node order. Yeah, we could do that. I think since the enchanter only gets built once per game, unless you load the save file, that I think just doing it this way is fine. Yeah, so if vault is not null, then move the buildings node to the vault's index +1. I don't think move child works that way though. I think it has to take in the thing. There, that should work. So now, regardless of how you build this thing, it should look good. Are we removing the vault anyway? I have an issue to consider removing it. We might not, but we might. There's one other thing I need to do. Oh yeah, get out of the tutorial. Or add spacing between the buildings. Yeah. Yeah, any of these things should work until we've done that stuff. I think for now, let's just change the order of this. So now if I build the vault, what order did I have to do it in? I don't even remember. Why did that just give me the enchanter? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to build the vault now and then build a spell crystal. Oh, wait. Yeah, it was the vault that we need to position on top of the enchanter, not the other way around. Whoops. Ooh, child. Yeah, here. This needs to be right there. So if enchanter is not null, then move the enchanter gen to be beyond the vault. Yeah. Could you push the commit? Yeah. I'll definitely do that. So now we build this and then a crystal and it still shows up on top. And if we save and we load, it's in the correct order. Yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks for finding that, Ski. Pretty easy fix, which is not too bad. Make sure, or like fix bug with enchanter crystal. It could show beneath the vault, depending on the order in which you built the vault and the enchanter. There we go. Now I'll push that and we're done. Okay, remaining stuff that I had, and I think we're starting to run low on time. I want 2 item displays at a time in shops. Yeah, this is... I'm like slightly hesitant on this. Shops can go up to 10 displays, and they all cost some number of money. And I mean, you've already seen how this works now. So you build one at a time, and now you can store more items. So if I had items here, I could put this in any of the 3 of these. But you build them one at a time. What if you built them 2 at a time? That's it. That's the change. So it's more user-friendly, I think. You would start with 2, which would change the beginning of the game a little bit, but not a lot. And then we could just absorb the cost by making them slightly more expensive every time. Yeah, reactor barracks. 2 Marines at once. We have the technology. Yeah, I still think this is worth doing. I think I'm going to do it. There was something else I want to do though too. Oh yeah, look at the PRs. Improve outlines and highlightable elements. I don't know why all the local shaders got removed when I opened and saved each individual scene. Because you open this in Godot and see whether it reads them again for you. As far as I can tell, there are no changes in the game and all objects get outlined as expected. They're all deleted. Okay, I skimmed through this so far. Everything looks sensible. I would expect this to just use the transparency, which it does, but then it also deletes all those shader things. So we got to make sure that that doesn't look bad. But here's the thing this fixes. I'll take some screenshots to show you for anyone in chat who is curious. So these shadows around the sign get outlined. And this change is going to make it so that the outline should just draw smoothly around the object, not the shadow. So there's one. The other one that I think was very apparent was this. Can I take a picture of it or is it going to stop me? Yeah, nice. Yeah, so books were especially egregious. It's a large blob on the right side. And then I think there was something else. I don't remember. Oh yeah, item displays. So if we, I have a way of deleting this unless I do this. Yeah, there we go. So same thing, that little bit on the right side there. Let's take this one and put it here. Yeah, that way we can actually get a picture of that. There. So those three were problems. Oh, and bulletin boards apparently. Oh yeah, that's true. This one, for whatever reason, I was not very bothered by, even though I should have been. Because yeah, that bottom part is looking pretty bad. All right, so 4 things. Oops, I did that wrong. There, 4 things. Why is the highlight twice as big on the books? Hmm. I don't know. How does Quickie Joe work with the Super Retro World sprites? Do they make new things in the same style when you need it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, 10% goes on forever. A good call, Dark. I did not see that at all. All right, so review PR for outlines. All right, now we got to go find the PR. GHPR checkout 605. Item display also has it. Yeah, item display also has it. All right, now close out of all these tabs. Now, Kevin asked me to do something here. Open this in the Godot editor. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do one of these. And then I'll open like one of them that definitely changed. Maybe recycler sign. Recycler sign. It has the outline there. I mean, nothing looks like it's wrong. Did it modify the scene when I did this? It did. And it added the shader back in. Oh my God. All right. I don't know what's going on, Kevin. But yeah, I think you need to launch through Godot with all of these scenes open. I mean, I can fix this. Don't worry about it. But like, I think that's what needed to happen. Let's quit all this stuff. Yeah, for those who don't know, sometimes Godot does this where it'll modify a file, but only if you have it open when you run through Godot. If you have it open and run through VS Code, it doesn't matter. And if you don't have it open and run through Godot, it doesn't matter. But if both those conditions are met, then it will just start changing your files. And it's probably to make it more technically correct. So I don't think it's doing a bad thing here. It's just, it'd be nice if there were some way to run this as part of our commits or something. I did that. That's a weird thing. What's your Godot version? Because I am on this one, which I will paste in chat. Does it all the time when you open a scene and hit play. Mostly just the UID update. Yeah. Yeah, that viewport size thing is more annoying to me than UIDs at this point because I've tuned out the UID stuff. But the viewport stuff, I'm always like, what is it doing? Why is it doing this? Oh man, that looks great. Yeah, so comparison, the old one that we had is here, and you can see highlighted the shadow. Now it doesn't do that anymore. The signs, same thing. Looks good. The item displays and the enchanter books. Oh, you know why that's probably doubled now that I think about it? We gotta wait for someone to take some of these. Add a bunch of workers. Come pick up the items for me. It's probably doubled because I think we might change the scale of the object. No, that doesn't make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't. What are we doing then? Item display. None of these are scaled up, right? Scale. Scale is at the 1, 1, 1. I mean, I expect all this stuff to be 1 at this point. Yeah. The sign is now just a bit in front of the crystal. Oh, man. Yeah, I think ideally we'd move this in the future. I think for now, just don't put that in the screenshot. But yeah, in the future, we should probably not have that happen. I guess I'll just write it directly into the vault thing. Yes, it's an optical illusion. just ignore it. Note, if we don't scrap the vault, then we should fix this issue that Ski found, where the sign nearly overlaps. It's actually worse with the item display. I'll just paste that into item display overlap. There we go. Any chance this is either an editor configuration or a Windows versus Mac thing? So weird. I don't know. And it's working for you. So why is my editor adding it back in? Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know why this is twice the thickness. What is it doing? What's different? Spellbook? Book sprite. It should have the right script on it, right? Texture crop sprite 2D, yeah. And it doesn't have a scale, does it? No. Wow, I don't know. I don't know what would do that. Unless we just manually set the thickness larger. That's possible, I suppose. It would be kind of funny because that's the easiest thing to change. It is just set to 2. It's just set to 2 for some reason. We just set it to 1. Problem solved. What's your keyboard called? It is a corn keyboard. Take a look at this. Oh yeah, so item display must have the same thing. Item display, material, shader parameters, 2. Yeah, we just set this to 1. Huh. Well, that's that. Let's go restart this. Yeah, I think it's still obvious enough. I don't know why it was ever set to 2. Let's grant items and make sure it's obvious over here too. Go take these items so I can actually see. Oh, you know what? For item displays. Oh, that's why. Everywhere you could drop an item, they were set to 2 so that you could see when you're zoomed out. And it used to be that you could drop items on the enchanter pots, but once they turned into books, that was no longer needed. So yeah, I think having them set to 2 on item displays is still helpful. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to keep them there. We're going to keep them set to 2 on the item displays. But on the other one, on the books, we'll set them to 1. I should write that right in my commit message here. Oh, except for I'd be committing to the wrong branch. Okay, let's revert this. And let's go back to main. Git stash GSM git stash pop. Wait, isn't only spellbook that changed? Why does item display even have a change here? Why'd I have to merge anything? I'll just change this afterward. Oh, this changes the UID. Oh my god. All right, let's just reset this. Get reset dash dash hard. Nice. And we'll do that here. The item display is intentional so that you can see the outline when zoomed out. The book is a vestige of when there were pots that you could drag items to. What about the chest? Yeah, item bin is the same way. It's a destination. It should be set to 2, I hope. Make sure item bin is width equals 2 as well. All right, let's go back to the PR. I don't know what to do about this. I don't know whether I should open all these files and check in the shader. I think I should because that's what used to be there. And that's what my computer's doing. So we would just open up all these files and just run the game and that's it. All right. So enchanter sign, guild sign, probably all the signs I'm guessing. Shop sign, tavern sign, floor sign, the tavern itself, town hall itself, town hall sign, and that's it, I think. Yeah, I will find out because what's going to happen is I will push this back, and if we see any red, then we know that there's a problem. I want a fresh baked pie. I'm quite happy with one of the quest text things that I wrote. It was this one. Tovin, a dragon slayer and part-time accountant, needs to stock up for an upcoming quest. You're not sure which job it's for. I'll give you a small vial of power. I like that one. Okay, so it should have changed all these files, right? And just added the shaders back in. And probably a UID here and there. Sure, let's check this in, I guess. Use Godot's auto fix. I'm just going to put that in quotes. I just opened these scenes and played the game. Kevin said he did the same, but he's on Windows. With the same version of Godot, but he's on Windows. I'm not sure that any of this even needs to be re-added. But I feel like it's better to do it now than later. There's a pretty flimsy reason. So let's commit and push. And now look at the files change thing. So this shouldn't say 15 anymore. It should be like 7 or something. It's still 15. How dare you? Yeah, let's just make this be in a new tab completely. Excuse me, I had to mute the mic. I don't know why this changed now. I don't really care. Whatever. If it works, it works. As long as we don't see large chunks of red, and I don't so far. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Looks good. Note to self, this impacts bulletin boards, item displays, signs, and spell books. So now squash, switch back to main. Just wait for that to finish. Good. And then fix the problem with spell books being outlined at the wrong size. What? Okay, no. Ooh. I don't understand why that just popped up. Oh yeah, because of the PR. Okay, I thought it was originally because of the deleted code, and I was like, that should not happen, but it was something else. So what did I just say? Spell books. Spell books need an outline of 1. And then we need to make sure the item bin has an outline of 2 still. Yeah, it does. Okay, everything's fine then. Now that we have full screen menus popping up, I keep pressing escape to close them, and it opens the pause menu instead of closing those dialogues. I think I'd be okay with escape closing these, because you would just press escape again if you closed it and get to the menu you wanted to go to if that's what you expected. But if you didn't expect that, then it would do what you wanted to do. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. Oh, item bins. Oh, I didn't look at the item bin. Let's look at the item bin. All right, now we need a potion for it to highlight. Nice. Related 501, consider prioritizing the dialogue close over main menu. Yeah. Ski just echoed this on the date. Yeah, I think it's worth doing. This is also very easy to do. So thankfully it should be an easy win. In fact, let's try to aim for... Oh, wait. I can't just keep putting things in checkpoint 5. Checkpoint 5 is about to happen in 2 days. Okay, so then tomorrow the main focus has to be on 2 different things. This and any issues on GitHub. 2 main focuses. Play testing and issues on GitHub. Note that checkpoint 5 should be renamed or relocated, excuse me, to a new Steam Fest checkpoint. Oh man, who cares? That is a shame. I mean, even if they were a wild rabbit, it's still a shame. So I guess let's just check this in. The item bin is still, wait, what? Why is this? Oh, the UID changed. I hate that so much. It's gonna get fixed in the next version of Godot. We don't even need to check it in. There's really no point, so let's not check that in. But the spellbook thing, change spellbook outline size. It was 2 pixels as a vestige from when it was actually a pot. I wanted destinations for items to be outlined more thickly because you may be zoomed out while dragging an item. Yeah. All right, push that. Okay, so all this is done. Okay, this isn't important anymore. Makes me wonder if we should have a guild perks board where you can buy equipment or something. I don't know about this. I'll do some playtesting tomorrow and see if I still feel this way. I don't like this idea. So the only things I have left, I still agree with this one, and I still agree with this one. Yeah. Even just sections / tabs for town perks would be fine. This one we can do super fast. This is dead simple. Just rename a function. to location point GUI input. Oh, we need the instance ID. So this technically isn't just GUI input. I'm not going to bother. It's not worth the effort. If it took longer than 10 seconds, it's already not worth doing. Good prioritization, Adam. Thanks, Adam. All right, consider having an unlocked customer desire system through a town perk. So I did still believe in this. I would like to change the customer desire system by Friday. It is a little bit risky. Yeah. Oh my God, there's so much on this list. All right, so this is like post checkpoint 5 stuff. Things to focus on. I don't think I want to focus on the game intro. I think the launching the game itself is important. Title screen music, another music track for the town. Put the game trailer and a link to Steam on Skeleseller. Oh yeah, flesh out Skeleseller.com. Include an advisory about save files or the incomplete state of the game. Question mark. All right, we got to report this. All right, let's look at the issues really quickly. Where are all the checkpoint 5 issues? Here. What other milestones we have? Whenever pre-launch, beta, and post-launch. And beta has 1 issue. What is it? Consider early access. This is actually a pretty important issue to consider. Huh. Well, I don't know. I think with the festivals coming up, there wouldn't be much of a point. But I don't want to think about that now. I want to look at this stuff. So improve the adventurers UI. What does it say? Make always unlocked skills look distinct from the upgrades. Make it feel better to add a skill point. Maybe said the wording wasn't clear. Oh man, we just don't have time to do all this stuff. Increase recommended level of elites with repeat battles. Oh, I want to stop you from even fighting elites again, right? Whatever happened to that? Do I have that here still? This, I think, has been fixed. Yeah, you just load a game when you have all the paths and they got grayed out. I think we just click grant most things and then save and then load. It won't be grayed out anymore. Yeah, I fixed this. I fixed this in, I don't remember what. Probably an instance map. Look at the history of this. Fix bug with map paths. Yeah, here. Done. Okay, now we're down to only 20 issues in checkpoint 5. And that's how you do it. Just count on past you having already done the thing. Where'd the issue list go? Oh, here it all is. Okay, so yeah, now it should say 20 or 19 open, excuse me. So what I'm looking for is I had it somewhere that you shouldn't even be able to fight elites a second time until you've like beaten the game basically. Ah, here it is. 583. So that should be linked from 472. Note 583 is probably more important than this. Yeah, that's good enough. Buying the garbage slime too soon can soft lock the game. I don't think this is. Wait, is this possible? It is possible. Complete the first battle. Don't click anything. Complete another battle. After 20 seconds, the potion will disappear. Click the sign and build it. An easy fix for this is just to give you 101 starting gold instead of 100, but the proper way is to make it so the slime's sign can't show until you've completed the tutorial. I'm tempted to just do this now. I guess we should. 101 it is. Hey, potato. Where do we do this? Slime sign. Recycler. When do we show you? Here it is. When an item disappears. And when else? From the tutorial, if you've saved. You can only save the game after you built the shop, right? So as long as we just put an if statement inside that first thing, then we should be fine. But I need to test that. But otherwise, I think this should be a very quick fix. And then we'll be down to 18 issues. And won't that be nice? Won't that feel drastically different from 19 issues? By the way, I know I typed some random garbage after this. It doesn't matter what's here as long as it's not the word debug. What does matter is I actually pressed the build button, which I did not. So all we're doing now is checking to see, is the save button disabled until you've built your potion shop? If you can save anytime before then that in itself is a bug. So it's grayed out to begin with. Then we do a bunch of stuff. It should still be grayed out, yeah. Then we start a battle. It's still grayed out. We win the battle. Now it is not grayed out. Yeah, that's the problem. I think we shouldn't let you save until you've built a potion shop. Where do we do this now? Here it is. Set save disabled. It becomes enabled if you have a shop. Not on battle ended, I think. It should only be when you get a shop. Yeah. Set save disabled. Skip tutorial, that's fine. Create a shop, that's fine. Yeah. Haven't dropped a single day in my journal this year. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I thought you would change this recently. I changed something else, and I don't remember what it was, and I'm not going to go hunt it down. But it was related, so you're not going crazy. How do I start the game from scratch when running from the editor? It always seems to start after the tutorial. The only way to do that is to change this line of code. If you search for debug in quotation marks in start game, you need to change it to just some garbage here. You can change it to any string that's not debug, or put like an and false or something. Because the thing is, you're going through this code, skip tutorial, and you want to be going through this. You could also just comment all of this out. Okay, so I think I fixed this. Let's try it out again. It's just that one change. And I have another version of the game running for some reason. All right. I'm going to do exactly the same stuff we just did. It should still be grayed out. Good. Now we go build the potion shop, and now it is enabled. Yeah, so you can't save before then. So that's important. And I'll check that in on its own. Don't allow saving before building a shop. That way we know for sure that you're in a state where you can make money. Yes, and the autosave system shouldn't automatically save if the button is disabled, right? Autosave timer, timeout is autosave. Yeah, if it's disabled, don't do anything. Perfect. Okay, so that was not the bug. This was the bug. We need to make it so that you can't use the slime's sign. You can't even see the sign until you have completed the tutorial. So if tutorial, what do I call it? Tutorial. If has completed tutorial. And when is this marked true? Mark tutorial complete. When is that called? In several places. Apparently when a shop acquires an item. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah. The main way this is set is when a shop acquires an item for the first time. This means that you definitely have the ability to make money without soft locking yourself. I shouldn't even write that. It's just you have a way of making money. Sure. So then we can show the recycler sign. Now, if we don't show this here, then the next time this could possibly show is when you lose another item. So let's go try this repro and make sure that we haven't totally broken everything. Yeah. It's probably what should enable saving too, right? Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Rather than just building the shop, it should be when you get your first item. That way we have less to think about there. Will it be playable with the controller or Steam Deck? Not at first. I think we'll have a decent amount of work to get it to function with a controller. And I don't know if that would happen anytime soon. I should really test it on a Steam Deck. In fact, we should do that as part of the prep. Not because I think it's going to work great, but just I at least have an answer to this question. See how this feels on Steam Deck. Performance, usability. I don't expect it to be good, but it should at least work. See Steam Deck. Might I have a Steam Deck issue? Ah, here it is. C90. Yeah, I would expect the other builds to work too, but we definitely need to test that. Okay, let's go change the mark tutorial complete, calling set save button disabled, set save disabled. So we should see a false here. This is in create shop. We want it in mark tutorial complete. If you haven't completed the tutorial, set it to true. And then disable, set that you can save. Okay, let's just try all this stuff out. So how's this gonna work? We gotta try the repro from the bug. You've gotta lose an item before you can sell an item, which is not something most players would do, but you can do it. So someone out there is probably gonna do it. And now we hope that it doesn't soft lock you. So it's a very specific set of steps when you beat a battle. So you beat the battle, you ignore this dialogue, and you click repeat. And then you wait 20 seconds, which we can speed up. And when the item disappears, you can now, oh, well, now it doesn't do anything. But it used to show the sign for the slime, and then you used to be able to spend 1 gold and then not be able to build your potion shop. But now you can't do that. So now you build a potion shop, and now the next item you lose is going to cause you to show this sign, right? So now I can save. Yeah, grant items. We just wait for one to disappear. The sign should show up. Perfect. If we save and load, it shows up still. Yeah, nice. Everything's working. And there's your happy slime. Hey, help us here. Deck gamers probably be a good slice of target audience. Maybe. I think people would want to play it on Steam Deck, but this is an idle-ish game, and I think the people who like the idle part of it probably wouldn't be playing it on Steam Deck, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think getting it to work on Steam Deck, if it's not super costly, it's just a question of return on investment. It's going to take X amount of time to do it, and we would need Y amount of like payoff for that time in terms of sales or wish lists or something. So I think it's a good thing to prioritize. It's just, I don't think X is going to be small. I think X is going to be like greater than a week at least. And the reason why is a lot of controller games have something where you press up or left on your controller and it moves the cursor up or left, and not that it just like snaps to buttons. So picture an old game like Final Fantasy 1. There was no, free roaming cursor in that game, you only had so many, like you could either target this enemy or this enemy. So it was like, just press up or down. And same thing with picking actions. But yeah, in a game like this where you can drag items, how do we get that to work? How do we get it to be nice? You want to drag an item from here over to here. Do we just snap the mouse to all the destinations? How would you be able to tell? Is it moving the camera too much? Then how do you navigate like these things? So there's a lot we need to do. Hey, Skittle Juice. It's here on day 5 or something. Game has come a long way. It certainly has. Start off and start correctly. Yeah. We need to verify that ourselves. And one of the other things I need to do, did I write about this somewhere? A lot of loading and seeing a blank screen, and we should probably set the icon on Windows and Linux if it's not already set there. We should ask people for help on Friday with that stuff. No, wait, it won't be on Steam on Friday. All right, well, whatever. We should ask for help at some point. Virtual cursor, probably. Yeah, I guess on a Steam Deck, a virtual cursor is not too bad because you have a mouse. You can just tap the screen, right? Or if you can't tap the screen, then you at least have those touchpads on the sides. Quick search reveals 1.6 million month Steam Deck sales versus 130 million monthly active users. Yeah, I guess if you're just considering it as a percentage, it might give you like a 1% boost. Consider the use case many of us use is playing it docked. If you're playing it docked, it'll just work. But at that point, it's not really a Steam Deck. It's just a computer. Did the hunger spawn with 50%? Yeah, I made that change a while ago so that you could immediately see what happens when you give it an item. So now you would be able to see that like, oh, the hunger dropped, as opposed to if it spawned in with very little and you gave it an item, you'd be like, what just happened? How many people own a Steam Deck? Apparently 1.6 million. Oh, docked in the living room. No keyboard or mouse. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, wait a second. Then the docked part doesn't really matter, right? Oh, no, touchscreen. Okay, got you. I see. Okay, sorry. I totally missed the context of what we're talking about. Yes, you were right. And in that case, you would just have a controller. And then it would matter. I should write that down. It's a good point. Some may have the Steam Deck docked and be playing with a controller, meaning they wouldn't have a touch screen or the touchpads to use. Yeah. I'm going to give you a point, Jedi. I think that's a good point. Gotta consider how many Steam Decks are used in Counter-Strike skin money laundering. You saw the new CoffeeZilla video? I did not. Further searching raises the number to 3 to 4 million. I don't think it'll change my plans too much because if we go the virtual cursor route, I assume it's not going to be a mega problem. It's just going to be a little bit of a problem. With that said, spending a week of development time to potentially get even like 50 more sales might be worth it. Steam Decks are the only physical good you can buy with Steam Bucks. Huh. Can you link that video here? I'd be curious about watching that. All right, well, we fixed this bug, and we actually kind of improved this a little bit. Where's the bug? Here it is. 554. So fixes 554. Fix bug with soft locking the game. You could build the garbage slime before building the potion shop and then not have a way of earning money. Wait, no, that's not true. Wait a second. What? Why? This is... Oh. This was only a problem because we locked the camera. Oh, I think we stopped that though, didn't we? So this technically is not a soft lock anymore. Hang on, we gotta try this again. Yeah, but I don't think we locked the camera. This is not gonna take very long. We click look around, and then if we can move the camera here, then there was no soft lock. Yeah, we can. Okay, yeah. So this is not a soft lock. It's just a nice thing to do. And even then, it's not really, doesn't matter. Now I'm questioning this whole thing. Should I have done this? Yeah, at the very least, it just keeps you on the tutorial. All right, so prevent getting garbage slime before shop. This fixes 554, but note that it was no longer a soft lock. The only reason it used to soft lock the game is because the camera was locked. So you couldn't use the garbage slime to earn money because you couldn't see it to drag items to it. That hasn't been the case for, I'll just say that's no longer the case. The camera's no longer locked. So this isn't such a high priority change anymore. But I guess it helps keep players in the tutorial so that the first thing you build will always be the shop. It's not actually the first thing you build. The first thing you build is a guild, but I'm not rewriting this issue. Comment. This also makes a tiny change to when we enable the save button. It's now after completing the tutorial. That way we know you can earn money. All right, done. Thanks, we leave tonight. I will take a look at that at some point. I think I've seen some of CoffeeZilla's videos. I'm trying to think. He does a lot of like expose journalism. Is that right? And he did something a long time ago that I could have sworn I watched. Oh, I think it might have been on something crypto related. I'll just write myself a note. Check out this. This is like non-stream stuff. Yeah. Logan Paul? I don't think it was Logan Paul. I'm not saying he didn't do a video on that. I don't think I saw that video. IMO Valve's moving back toward the Steam Machine model too eventually. So you see a huge number of folks with a small form factor console like Steam OS machine in their living room. Yeah. Yeah, man, there are a few big things that are worth considering. One is launching on other devices and not even the sort of obvious devices. So sure, it's things like Steam Deck, but then also mobile, like the Switch, etc. Then localization, and then oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Anyway, big things that if your game is not going to succeed, these things will not help you one bit. Like you take a bad game, putting it on another console is not going to make it sell better. And you could argue that localizing to another language could give it a better shot because maybe it's not a bad game, but you think it's a bad game, but it's just a, quote unquote bad game in English, and turns out other people love it. So that one's a little bit tough, but yeah, in general, if someone doesn't like your game and they can understand it, then other people probably won't like your game either. I actually do wonder why that stuff catches on though. I don't think it has to do with the likability of the game. I think it has to do with influencers speaking other languages. Like imagine a French influencer covering Skeleseller and then a bunch of French people finding out about the game. I don't think that means that Americans wouldn't like it. I think it just means it just didn't permeate the culture enough. NFT skells with background mining, point please. Ah, yes, let me dole out a point for that wonderful idea. Okay, so we hit sync changes. It should mark that as closed, which means we should now have 18 issues. We do. A quick note, as mentioned in, I'm going to copy paste this. Commit message of this. This was no longer a soft lock by the time I fixed it. I'm doing way too much work today. I should not be online anymore. But let's look just for one more potential tiny issue. What does this say? The tip to unlock the dungeon happens before the tip to level up your adventure, but you can't actually beat the dungeon without leveling up. That's already fixed. Tip about being able to start 3 battles can show before even having 2 adventurers. We should keep track of. Yeah, that's still a problem. This is no longer a problem though. So let's write that. Consider a tip about how quests are to gain strength and that they never end. Nah, that's not needed. So this is just this one. Just don't show this tip before you can actually start 3 battles. All right, my brain is mush. Yeah. It's mush. So I think we will move on to this stuff tomorrow. Play testing and any issues on GitHub. And I think we start with the play testing. Figure out what feels bad and then prioritize issues. If anything still stands out when we play the game, then I don't think it matters what seems like it's the highest priority on GitHub. What matters is what feels bad. This is only going to be in players' hands for like 2 weeks before we're also on Steam. And I won't be able to develop for one of those weeks, I think. I'm going to be gone from, I think, the 27th to the 30th. And then the Steam Festival starts on the 3rd. So we've got the rest of, we got pretty much until the 24th to work on the build that's launching on the 3rd. And then maybe the weekend leading into it. But I think that all depends on whether the groundhog sees its shadow. Otherwise, we'll have a bad launch. All right, let's go find somebody to raid. Yeah, vacation. That's part of the reason I'm working a little bit extra. I feel like I already have a built-in vacation, so it'll be a cushion if I burn out a bit. Plan on Lincoln 565. Cool, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's a rough edge. Not critical. I think people know how to work around it. All right, raid channel. Let's take a look. Same category and English. Oh, I had a couple of people I have on my list of people I want to raid, whether or not I see them on this list. Who is it? Zinka and Ollie. I think Ollie streams in the morning. I don't know when Zinka streams, but she raided me recently. Am I following her already? I don't know, but I don't see her online. Okay, well, anyway, let's find someone. All right, I'm looking for low-ish uptime. Here's a person with low uptime. So let's probably raid them. Yeah. Neat. That wasn't very hard. All right, let me just make sure this is all muted and everything. It was not. I don't ever like playing copyrighted content on stream. All right. Well, this is my last call for if anyone hasn't wishlisted the game, please do consider clicking this link and wishlisting. It is free to do so. It helps out a lot. These festivals are upcoming. I'll be back tomorrow, actually. I don't normally stream on Thursdays, but I'll stream probably just the morning, and then we'll see how things go. So thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning.